There we go, there we go. Oh, there we go. Much better. Here, let me try a different music around this time. How are you all doing? Hello, hello. YouTube. That's quite yet. Give that a second. Go for some of this music this time. A little bit of a change, or maybe how about this one? Oops. It didn't even sound. Nah. Quite a fan of this one instead. Okay. Go back to here. Move things down a little bit. Oh! I didn't even realize there was two of these guys. Hold on. That down like that. That works. And then let me check your YouTube chat. Hi, D-Cat. Hello, hello. Hello, Drop. How are you? I'm doing alright and I'm doing all good. And hello, Luma. Hi, hi. Welcome. Let me go ahead and pick a good old timer. Let me make sure it's the right timer. For that 5 minutes to give people a time to get in here, do stuff, do some things. How are you all doing? I'm excited. This is a new start, a new time. That's the best way to describe it. Hi, Striker. Welcome, welcome back. Hello, hello. And I'm glad to hear you're doing fine, Giraffe. That is always nice to hear. It is Sunday, so Sunday, not the funnest of days, but Sunday's still a fun day sometimes. I'm excited to get into programming. I haven't done it in a second. I've been trying to keep up with all the surprising new people recently, and thank you, might I add. We're now at 500, which is mind-blowing and both also surprising, and I'm not quite sure what to do. We did the celebration yesterday for 400, and then we proceeded to reach 500 in 1 week. So if you have some ideas on what we can do for this celebration, let me know. Let's see, you just came in to say hi, but you gotta study, you got science exam, your least favorite. What do you mean? Science, like the best subject. If it was like an English essay writing, and then I'd feel your pain, but good luck anyway. I've always been a fan of science, math, all of those things, until I actually have to do long division. Oof. Division is not my favorite. Multiplication's pretty fun, but never division. Never fractions. Oh yeah, science is fun, but your teacher ruined it. Ah, yeah. That is the worst, when you have a subject and it gets ruined by the teacher. Usually your favorite, but then bam. No more is it the favorite. And yeah. English. I had some really good English teachers, and yet still, never fun for me. Seems like it was yesterday that one of my videos popped up on your YouTube timeline. Yeah, this is great. I'm happy. It's just, I am not a fast producer, and it's very hard to keep up, but I try. Speaking of, oh, hold on, let me move it here so I can see. Speaking of, tomorrow will be, hold on, let me rephrase this. Speaking of, tomorrow, in part 2 celebration of 400, I'll be uploading a time-lapse of both the animation and the drawing of the Undertale idea. He's the best teacher that teaches Islam. You live in a Muslim country, aka Saudi, so you have to learn it. He's the best teacher. I'm glad! That's at least good. Yeah, I'm glad. So saying, yeah, so Monday will be pixel art time-lapse. I think I'll stick to Mondays for pixel art time-lapses. I think those are the better ones to do. And then I'm thinking Wednesday, I'll upload the cut-up version of the ruins portion of Undertale. And then I also want to get out my devlog for the mechanic portion also this week. But we'll see. That'll be a little tricky. Got to go. You might join later. Thank you for coming. But still, your videos are special. But still, your videos and especially live streams are nice. You always try coming. I do appreciate that. I do like how I do appreciate it. Papyrus out. Thanks for joining. But yeah, I like doing streams just because they're quote-unquote easier to do than making full-form videos. Plus, I feel a better connection and better interaction. Hi, Spooky! Managed to catch a stream. Welcome, welcome! Welcome to a good old classic programming stream of pain. I hope you're ready. Indeed. Yeah. Live streams are fun. I like being able to talk. It's a lot easier than scripting or cutting out all the ums and ahs. You're just ready, good. Gotta be ready, gotta stay ready. I'm hoping, well, I haven't frozen up, so I'm thinking I fixed the problem. I'm ordering a new part to hopefully also fix the problem in the future. Hoping I don't lag, but I mean, I haven't died yet, which is good. That's great. I'm so glad. And that said, we're still doing good. But indeed, how should we celebrate 500, do you think? Always a bonus? Yep. The pain? I don't know if I call that a bonus. But it's always a pleasure to do these sorts of things. And I'm thinking, okay, well, we did do Undertale. Do we do some more Undertale for 500? Or since it's 500, should it be something a little bit more special? Not too sure. Sorry for bad blah. See, I can't read. So you're more than fine. Sorry for bad grammatic. You have blah. You have oh, I can't say that word. Dyslexia. I haven't said it before, I don't think. And you didn't see what you wrote until it was wrong, and then you started to read it a second time. That's okay. My comprehension skills sometimes are very lacking. So it's all good. The point is you tried. And as long as you're trying, that's good. That's great. All I can ask for. Hello, gamer guy dude. Welcome back. Being called comrade by you means you like your content? I appreciate it. Comrade makes me think of Russian. You know, how would you even say it? Like, my comrade? That sort of thing. The timer is done. Let's go ahead and go, well, I always forget. Here, the stream plans. Look, all shiny, all cool. These stream plans are pretty nice for today. It is, I always say it, but it's 3 things, but it's always hard. It's always the little bits and bobs. And saying that, we're gonna start off with the pitch. Then we're gonna go into trying to figure out what we're gonna do for the characters, as the customers need to have ordering, spawning, and moving, which is all AI, and that's gonna be tricky, I'm pretty sure. But we'll see how far we get. We can't do too much in 4 hours, but we can get some stuff done. What are you doing? Right here on screen, which you can see. These are the plans. This is what the doing is. We are going to, well, I'm going to pitch my game to you so you can understand what game I'm making and why I'm making it, that sort of thing. And then we're going to go over what exactly we're going to be programming. In this case, I program in Godot, and I use GD script for programming language. So I always try to keep the streams available for people who, even if they aren't using the same programming language, by trying to walk through what I'm trying to program, hoping it can help understand just programming and how programming works in general. And then after that, we'll try programming actual stuff for the customers. So with that said, let me close this, and let me close this too. Let me go ahead and go back into here. Got my coffee ready, got my water ready, I am ready to go. And if I do this right, let's see. Ah, there we go, now I'm definitely ready. Got all the good stuff. Hi Jigger Dev, hello, welcome to stream. So let's go ahead and I shall go, where is it at? This one, I found it. And then, where did we go? Hide this, move it down here. Yeah, there we go. All nice and hidden. And go ahead and restart that. So that it is here. Okay. I will see you all in a second. If I can figure out the moves. So it seems you're stuck at an elevator. And since you're stuck in an elevator, you surely got some time, about, say, a minute, to possibly listen to my elevator pitch. Let me just move myself up here. Hi, I'm Ezra. I'm currently programming a game called Oh, hold on. There we go. Necrotype Cafe. And I'm going to spend 1 minute trying to pitch you the idea and seeing if I can condense what the game is what condense what the game is in 1 minute. If I can even just speak properly in a sentence. I've got some note cards here. Make sure I keep organized, you know? And with that said, we'll go ahead and start the timer. So let me move this here. And move this over. Whoops. Hold on. It disappeared. Okay. So it wasn't step 1 already a short. Also, good evening, Zach. Welcome, welcome. And what do you mean by wasn't step 1 already a short? Do need a little bit of clarification on that one. With that said, 1 minute. Once I press this, reset, it goes. So, and go. Okay, well, let me, let's see. Okay, words, got it. Okay, I'm ready. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a game where you play as a necromancer who attends a studious magic academy. The only problem is, you don't want to go to school for necromancy. Instead, you want to become a baker, but your parents will allow you. So you decide to host a cafe down in a off-limits area in the basement of the school, and that is the cafe part in Necrotype Cafe. Here you will cast and create spells using your computer in a rhythm typing game, and you'll cast spells to create and summon food that you can use to serve customers, i.e. your fellow wizard peers. So wizards will come, they will order a certain flavor type of food with their magic, and then you'll use your new and improved baking magic to type fast, type to the rhythm, and make a summoning game. And that is the whole idea, is it's a cafe sim mixed with a typing rhythm game for a fun way to have magic while also cafe. And that's the timer. How'd I do? Let me put these back aside. That is basically Necrotype Cafe in a nutshell. And so today, we will be working on the customer aspect. Last time we did the cafe portion, and since we have the cafe down, you can move around. Actually, you know what? Why don't I show you? And saying that, let me move us to Where's it at? Here we go. Welcome to Godot. Well, let me turn the music back up. Oh, it's a little spooky. I know all this code, really. Let me close out of some of these, as we won't need any of them. All we're working on is this folder here, this cafe folder. And if I open all of that up in this cafe scene, if I go to project settings and I go ahead and do run, and I change the scene to the cafe scene, you can see what I mean a little bit better, so it's not as spooky. So I can go ahead and press play, and then, dun dun, if I add a game screen, game capture, and go ahead and do, hold on, let me go back to previous window. Best song name, totally unbiased. Completely, 100% I agree. Not at all biased. I'll move you over to concepts for a second so I can put the screen a little bit easier. I do this, I do specific window, then certain window, this window, and there we go. Okay. Transition back. Here we are. And here's the game currently. You can walk around in the cafe. She kind of animates when she moves and walks. The goal today is to add the customers who will enter in through this door and hopefully find themselves able to sit at these seats. And then once they sit down, they'll be able to order and it'll be all good to go. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Like that. So here's the cafe portion. And then over here will be where the kitchen, quote unquote kitchen, but really it's just gonna be a summoning circle here where you can summon your spells for your food. And you'll run back and forth between the cafe area and the kitchen area to make your food. So with that said, let me introduce you to, if I hide this and close it, that is the gist of the cafe. We have, let's see, characters, player character. So now let's talk about how to plan and our plan of action. If I go back to concepts, back here, which is the scene you were just on. This is all the planning we've been doing on stream for the game. It is a lot. And it should probably be sorted just a smidge better, but it's okay. I like a little bit of chaos in my organizing and my programming. It helps me think a little bit clearer. So on here, you can see if we go back up to here, me rephrase that. Necrotype Cafe is a game I made based off of a final project or final exam project back in college that I had to do for game dev. It was made in Visual Studio, and this was the 1.0 version. It was just a simple ASCII screen where I had buttons that you had to type. You can also go play it for yourself if you're interested in playing the 1.0 version before I even thought of this new, different version in Godot. But up here, what we did was we looked at what the game was essentially, boiled it down, and then made a new game from this game. And in it, I had to also, during this assignment, write out the functions and the classes for the game. That's what this is here. And I thought, hey, this could be useful to help with figuring out what we need to add to the customer. As if we go down to, let's see, this is class. No, we're looking for location, dish, recipe, customer here. When I was writing about my customer, or not writing, but when I was programming my customer for this Visual Studio version of the game, it was very simple. And I thought, you know what? Why don't I use this code to maybe possibly help with our new code in Godot? And with that said, let me, hold on, grab my tablet. I forgot I did need it. So let me grab it. Let me move some stuff around a little bit. And go ahead, turn the tablet on, grab my pen, and we will be good to go. Reset this mic a little bit. And are we still alive? Add to this new layer. Okay, so the bare minimum that the customer will have to have is an image, which is their sprite, right? Their order, which is what they're ordering. They have to have a timer. That's what this timeable is. It was anything, if I can remember, it was anything that needed a timer. So the clock was a timer, the recipe was a timer, the time it took to make the food was a timer. So anything that had a timer was a timeable. And then what else do we need? Well, this is the functions. That's what the methods are. So customer method, get order, and print the order. If we boil it down, I'm thinking what our customer has to have is a timer, or let me write that down a little bit differently. And let me also make this a little bit smaller to help. Here. So it's important for our customer to have COMER. I think our customer needs to have, if I go back to here, and then a dot. Customer needs to have a timer. I think that's important. And that is way too big for the writing. There we go. Customer needs to have a timer. The customer also needs to have an order. ORDER. And the customer also needs to have, what else? The timer, order, and it needs to have a movement. Right? They need to get to the seat. Go ahead and do movement. OVEMENT. And I think that's what I also wrote here in the, what is it called? The schedule? Where I said, yeah, ordering, spawning, moving. That's about it. So if we go back here into the concepts, timer, order, movement. I think these are the 3 key things that we need. And I think the simplest to start out would be spawning them, right? Figuring out their movement and making them move around even if they can't do anything else other than ordering. So let's go ahead and start with, I can find it, movement. And I'll go ahead and just do this line here for movement. Now, considering movement, how would you add movement to the game? We would need a way to navigate them. In the game, and I'll go ahead and just do a little drawing here. In the game, there's tables, and then there's seats, which are these. We'll do this. Which are these boxes. So the customer needs to be able to find, this is the customer. Good drawings, I know. There we go. The customer needs to be able to locate where the seats are. Once the customer spawns, once the customer spawns, they need to be able to navigate themselves to a seat. And it needs to be an available seat. Let's see, movement, find way to seat, find way to seat. And the seat must be available. We'll just say open. That's a little bit easier. Open. And I think down the line at least, but for right now, it's more so of a prototype, is figuring out, do we want certain tables to have certain rules? For example, and I can... Actually, why don't I take a screenshot of the game to make it a little bit easier to tell what's going on? So I'll go ahead and take a quick screenshot. And then, go ahead and close this and go back into concepts. Time plates. Let's move these guys down a little bit. About, let's see, oops, undo. Move them over here to make things a little bit easier on, oops, make things a little bit easier to know what's going on. Our customer, our timer, our order, and our movement. Here is the actual game. You can kind of see the tables and the chairs. I'm gonna move this guy to a lower layer, just so we can draw on it. You're back for a little? Oh, welcome back, Striker. That was quick. Sure, you studied good. Let's see. Up here, the customer spawns up here. Oops. Customer spawns here. This is them. And I'm thinking we probably need to have a way to say, okay, well, this table anyone can come to. But this table has to be an order of 2 people or an order of 4 people. As if you're in a group of people, you don't want to share a table with a stranger, right? This is more like of a bar area. Bleh. This is more of a bar area, I think, as compared to these, which are more private tables. You think you finished up and you think you're good to go sleep in a pit. Glad you remembered. That's good. And I wish you well on the exam part. With that said, let's try to do navigation. We just need them to walk around. Maybe we can have them walk around to walk to the player, follow the player, I think would be a nice way to start. That said, let's just try to get the customer moving to moving and following. We don't even need to have a location. Right now, let's just have them try to follow the player. Go back into Godot. And with that, let me also open up YouTube and see about, it would be, what would it be? What's it called? This is like Grill Base? Yeah, in a way, I definitely was inspired by Grill Base. And what is it called? When the player tracking? No, it's enemy. Thinking of it. It's the thing that happens when enemies enemy pathfinding. NPC pathfinding. Godot. I think that's gonna be important. And let's see. How to create pathfinding in Godot. Perfect. And with that said, let's go ahead and duplicate the player. Here it's an empty scene, so I can go ahead and open up the cafe scene. Here's the cafe in all its glory with all of its collisions and everything. And what I'd like to do is duplicate the player. I can hopefully just, where is it at? Duplicate. And this isn't player character anymore, it is wizard. Or in this case, we'll just say customer. Make it a little bit easier for us to remember. And it loads. Hopefully it doesn't die. There we go. So the customer's in here, and it says all of the player character scenes. So we can go ahead and just rename this to customer. And then this can also be customer. Later on, I'd like to have different types of customers, but for right now, we just need simple customer, simple base customer, I think. So customer, customer, the customer screen, customer GD, this is scripts, and then assets. For now, we'll just have them have the same assets as Gabby to make things a little bit easier for us. So right now, this is the customer sprite. Well, we can change it later. I just want to make sure we get the navigation going first before even trying to mess with the images and everything. We have the customer and the customer GD. This is extends character body 2D. I'm thinking we can maybe name this a class of customer. Maybe change that. Let's see. It looks good. Thank you. This is like a YouTube tutorial for Unity. But you didn't close the table at 1 minute and 4 seconds. Yeah, that's always fun. Oh, what's that sound? Thank you for following, Demart? Is that how you say it, Demart? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. I'm thinking, how do they say it? Class. It's something class. Class name, was it? Class Name. Yeah, I like tutorials though. Tab, not table. Oh, this is close the tab at 1 minute and 4 seconds. Oh yeah, we definitely do some tutorials around here watching, as I have no idea what I'm doing. It's kind of a starting from new, and this is my second game in Godot, so it's a little bit fresh. You don't like autocorrect being needed? Yeah, autocorrect is important. Let's see, class name customer. All of this is correct for now, as we're dealing with the customer, but this here, we need to change this. Right now it works, and the reason why I branched it off from the player is because it already has all of the animations and everything. I'm thinking we'll just have to change the way the sprite works. Yeah, it's sad when you close a tab. Too much work. What you can do is, what is it? History? Nice and easy that way. But close a table. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I do agree. Oh, another follow. Thank you for the follow, Sec. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. That said and everything, let me close this tab, not table. And we can reopen... Oh, we can reopen Firefox. I can go into here. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Firefox. And here is some tutorial. The thing I was looking at, the pathfinding. And growing quickly, nice. Yes, indeed. It's nice. Thank you. Okay, so I'll lower the music a little bit. We can kind of skim around this tutorial a little bit to get the gist. As we need to figure out a way to pathfind. I kind of find... Oops. YouTube's tweaking so much you're here. Oh, is it? Not again. Okay. Let me see. Let me double check just really quickly to see if I can figure out what's going on. And but okay. I'm wondering why the YouTube's not working. Try to fix that in a bit and see if I can get it working. That said, let me close this. A little bit too many tabs opened. And there we go. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
As you can see, this path updates 10 times every single second
to
find the best possible path to get to our player, no matter if we're behind obstacles or anything, and it does not get stuck on.
And
go to, you know, whatever tile set.
It could be your Wi-Fi though. Maybe I have heard people say the YouTube sometimes acts funny. Well, it is a little worrying. But I'll try to fix it. Thank you for letting me know.
Already be in here. I'm gonna delete it all.
Let's see. Navigation agent.
If you don't do this, it's gonna get stuck on the walls. And then we're all right.
Navigation agent.
Called our navigation agent.
There's a timer.
So this navigation agent right here is gonna do all the work. It's gonna find out the best path to go. It's gonna find out the best way to get to our player. Equals our player dot global position. Global position out. We want to make call our make path function, right? Because every single time this timer times out, which is going to time out every single 1 second.
Okay.
And you can kind of see how that path is super speed.
Okay. I think I understand what's going on. You wish Unity was like Scratch because you're too lazy to learn how to code. I mean, truth be told, I always had trouble with Scratch. Usually YouTube chat usually takes half a minute to load for you. Oh, load or to send. I can try lowering the sending, but I can't do it while it's doing it. So I'll try to lower the latency, I think it was. And welcome, welcome, Disco. Let's see, when you start sending, you end up having like 30 to 60 tabs. Yeah, I'm a big tab user. You started using Arc Browser because of the nice experience. Ah, that's nice. So let's see, we need something called a navigation agent. So if we look at the Godot, what's this, AI-powered network? Don't need that at the moment. So if you go into Godot and look at the navigation, right? That's what it was called. Navigation something. Let's see. Navigation debug, 2D navigation. What did he call it? Navigation agent. Navigation agent. Let's try that. Navigation agent. What can you tell me about a navigation agent? Nothing. I'm not saying anything about a navigation agent. Okay. Is it in Godot, perhaps? You're switched to Opera GX. Hi, the White Bean. Welcome back. From Chrome. It's just a general YouTube bug when you first load and stream. Oh, okay. That's good to know. I'm glad it's not a thing I can. Well, it's horrible, but I'm glad it's a thing I can't. It's not a me thing. I'm wondering. It talked about a navigation. Navigation agent. Oh, I see it. Navigation 2D. An agent. A 2D agent used to pathfind to a position while avoiding obstacles. That's the thing he was looking at. And I'm wondering, oh, perfect. And then can I open it online? Wonderful. Well then, we found it. And let me go ahead and subtract that. Scripting's always so fun. Hi, welcome, unknown one. Welcome to stream. Let me go ahead and paste this doc in here. And my pin is on YouTube. I'm glad YouTube's kind of sort of working. Let's go ahead and go back into private. And back in here, this is the agent, the navigation 2D. This is what he was talking about. Let's zoom in a little bit just so you can see a little bit better. So a 2D agent used to pathfind to a position while avoiding obstacles. Okay, sounds so good so far. Let's see, pathfind while avoiding static and dynamic obstacles. The calculations can be used by the parent node to dynamically move it along a path. Requires navigation data to work correctly. Dynamic obstacles are avoided using RVO. Avoidance is computed before physics. Okay. After setting the target position, the get next path position method must be used once every physics frame. Okay. It seems simple enough. How long have you been a game developer? I have been a game developer for about maybe 3 years. If I had to guess, 3. Path change, navigation finished. Okay. We'll probably have to follow what this guy is using on his thing. Let me take a quick screenshot of that so I can see it later. But yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say about 2 years. 3 years-ish since college and everything. Let me go ahead and subtract this and move it around. If you make coding tutorials for like Unity or making 3D games, you watch it. If it was 1 hour, like no joke, you would. That would require me to be good at something. Well, good at explaining, doing all of that. You can see here these games and these everything. I'm still getting new. So maybe once I get a little bit more experience under my belt, I'd love to help people though. If I could bring some tutorials to help, that'd be nice. Okay, so this navigation 2D. If we go back into here and rename this, we'll rename it to customer. And therefore this is the, oh, we have to also unlink this. Detach script, and then attach script. And then we can go into here, character customer. Where are we at? Assets, character, yeah, characters, customer GD. And then load. And there we go. Now we're in the customer script. You can't even do hello world on Python. Oh, you'll get there, I believe. Python is a little tricky, but I have done Python before. What are you making your games on? This is Godot. So I'm using GD script. It is a wonderful thing though. I like it a lot more than Unity. But if I ever do tutorials, it'd be on Godot, since that's the one I'm trying to learn. So back at this navigation agent, this pathing stuff, not too sure about quite yet, but that's okay. Right now I want to see if I can make the customer move towards the player. I've got the guy's screen and code on my screen. This right now works for player movement. And I'm thinking all we have to do is just kind of convert whatever it is into auto doing it. And in it, he also had a timer to update everything. Where did you learn scripting and art and other skill sets for? Where did I? Oh, YouTube's tutorials. That's really all it. I watched some YouTube videos, read some articles off the internet, and kind of just built my knowledge off of that. So I'll grab a timer node, create it, make sure it's not connected like there, and I'm guessing we need it on timer timeout. And depending on customer on timer timeout, I'm guessing whenever the timer updates, that's when the path updates. So let's see. What did I read? Use a 1660 Ti. You're not sure if that's good because you don't know. Me neither. I have no idea. I've been told I need a bit of an upgrade. So that'll happen sometime. But for now, this is working for me. And that's all I really need right now. Something that works. So that said, let's see. In here with a timer, we have the navigation agent. So we can go ahead and if I pin this, we can do, oh, I thought it pinned. Is it pinned now? Always on top. There we go. Okay. So at on ready var. Oops. Oh, what am I doing? I forgot. I can just do this. I can click, drag, and voila, navigation agent 2D. Hi Q. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. 360. Do you think it's good? I have no idea. You can't talk computers with me. I am clueless when it comes to computers. Still holds up in this day? Ah, okay. It's Mine again. 1660, 1060, bigger number better? I don't know. But I'm glad to hear it's all working. That's the important part. Let's see. Navigation agent 2D. That's what's moving everything around. And then in this physics process, which is also what he has move, slide, direction, Gaia. So var direction, I think, needs to be different. This right now is using the player, or not the player, but the controls. So to make it do the computer, we need a different direction. And that's, let's see, he did var dir. Well, I like doing full. So it would be var direction now equals something a little bit different. Like this. Var direction equals da-da. Good night. You now got inspiration to finally watch that scripting tutorial. Good. Sleep well. Of course. I like to help. Does anyone remember Danny? Danny the, hold on. Programmer. Game dev. I do remember, yes. The var direction, and hold on, it's freezing. Whenever my Godot freezes, I like to take a water break. As, yeah, I say the computer's good and everything, but stuff freezes from time to time. Water break, coffee break. It's still frozen, so oh, never mind, we're good to go. It lives again. So var direction equals to local. I'm curious to see what to local does, but navigation agent 2D. Let's see. Dot get underscore next path position, and then dot normalized. Makes sense? So what's to local do? To local transforms the provided global position into a position in local coordinate space. The output will be local relative to the node 2D. Oh, I see. Interesting. Got ya. Void translate. Translate the node. Okay. The local's just getting a global point. Okay, that makes sense. Kinda sorta. It's just constantly getting position. Let's see. Everyone's trying to find him, but he's like disappearing like C4. Yeah. I mean, game dev's hard. That's probably why. So let's see. Var direction. And then this will take care of everything else that we need to do. This is all the velocity and everything. So this will take care of the animation. We won't have to worry about the animation. So I'll go ahead and right here. Animates. Oh, if it doesn't freeze. And since it froze again. Oh, there we go. Animation animates, A-N-I-M-A-T-E-S. Animates the customer. Just as this area, or this section, animates the player. And then this moves them. That's all that does. And with that said, on timer timeout, then he has make path. But for that first, let's see. On timer timeout, I'm wondering if the player has to be yoinked, but we'll see. Right now we have on timer timeout, and then wait time. That seems good. On timer timeout, make path, and that was another, what is it? Make path found not in base. So I'm guessing it might be like navigation agent make path. Make path's different. Okay, let's go back over to the tutorial. Oh, no, I get it. Make path is a function. Okay, target position, got ya. Okay, so there is a function above that goes here, func, make path, and then it returns void, like that. Then we have stuff down here. Let's see. Yeah, you forgot. You're getting a new temporary moon today. It's gonna orbit. Oh, that's neat. 50 days, you think? It's hard to see with the naked eye, but you pull out on telescope. Oh, I'll keep an eye out for sure. I like astrology. Let's see. So make path, navigation agent, dot, target position. So this is updating where it's trying to go. That's the target position. That makes sense. Equals. But I'm wondering what the player dot global. So I don't think that's working. And for now, what we can do is export var player node td. So we'll give it a player for now by doing export var, and we'll do player, which will be a character body 2D. And then when you click here, it should then show a way to export var. It should be export var, I believe. You can close all of this stuff here. Something here should say player, but I'm not seeing it say player. This is customer, that makes sense. I'm not seeing export var. And I think I'm doing the export var a little bit wrong. We'll see. Export var player, and player should show up here. Let's see. Back over to scripts to see how to export variable. So the meteor that's gonna be here until like November. Yeah, I do like astrology. That's cool though. How to export variable Godot. Fuller. Make sure you have the fuller in there. So in Godot, yeah, it should work at export var. And then it should show up. Sure. And then it should show up here, but I'm not seeing it here. Maybe if I go back into the cafe, and then we go into customer scene, and we just go ahead and add the customer in here. Let's do it next to the player. Oops. And where's the customer at? I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Like a little Gabby 2.0. But they're there. And then moving platform, collision. Yeah. There should be a thing here that says player that you should be able to drag and drop. But I'm not seeing that for the var. The customer, if I click this here, it's class name customer on ready at export var player. Does it need to be node2d maybe? But I make this node2d. What happens? Node2d. Oops, like that. Does that help? No, I think it's something else. I think it's a deeper problem, as this should work for now at least. But export var, player, speed, yeah. Okay. Transform. Oh, I know why it's not working. This isn't ready. If I do this, and then I do pass, should work. Yeah, there it is. Yup. Because it couldn't save, it didn't want to do what it needed to do. But now that that's good, we can go ahead and do player dot and then global position, I believe. Yeah, player dot global position. And then down here, we can do make path. Then what? Make path. If I can make sure I'm looking at this right. After make path, he then does make path. Oh, is that it? Make path. Oh, wow. Okay. So let's see. Okay. And I think there is a way to go into the customer and get the pathfinding. Yeah. Debug enabled. So we should be able to see the path color. And let's try making it a blue. That sounds cool. Like that. And then if we go back into here, into our cafe, the customer should now follow us around. Let's see if that works. What am I getting debugs for? Parse. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so game loaded and didn't work. Unfortunately, however, let me make it a little bit smaller so you can see a little bit better. You can see here, customer's not moving. They're also above the player. So let's swap that around. Oh, it's because we didn't assign the player. Hold on. And then customer needs the player assigned. Okay, let's try again. Still nothing. Okay. In that case, what are we missing? Game capture? Hide that for a second. So yeah, I'm moving around. Customer still isn't moving. Okay. In that case, let's see. Customer, player. That works, that works. Customer has the player. If we go back into the customer script, navigation.2d, what does this make path do? This is what make path on timer timeout. Oh, auto start. I think that's what it was. One shot. Yeah, if true, the timer will stop. No, we don't need one shot. We just need auto start. And now, no. So something's a little off. Let's see. Maybe wait time 0.1. Hey, hi Elp, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Looks like you've made your room. I did. I will need to update it to have the collision a little bit different, but welcome back. We've moved on to now, well, player, not enemy, customer navigation. And I'm trying to get the customer to follow the player for now, at least, to update her movements. Something's a little off. They're not moving towards the player, which I'm wondering about. I'm trying to follow a tutorial to see if I can understand it, and it's making sense. We have the navigation agent that's updating constantly. Maybe it's the pathfinding that's wrong? Let's see, the distance threshold before path is pointed. This allows agents to not have a hit path. If this value is set too high, we'll skip points on the path, which can lead to blah blah blah. Okay. Navigation agent. Pathfinder algorithm. I think it's definitely something. Something to do with this. Use custom. No, this should be good. Might have to go back to the tutorial, I think, maybe. As most of it makes sense. I'm wondering why it's not working. Let's see. Player gets connected to here. I'll bring us back to here.
Our player is now equal to the whatever we put into that bar.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay.
And the hope is that this player can be swapped out for something else, and we can just say, hey, go here for the seat. That's the hope, instead of swapping out with the player. The player is just to test the navigation. It's to give them a location to move to.
So
let's see. Auto start is on.
Theoretically, everything
and then
should, you can see everything does go as planned. So
working. Okay.
We'll say.
Let's square a little bit.
Nav agent,
our direction's working, I believe.
We'll get our
or I guess maybe we should print out the direction to see if it's working.
We'll find the target position. Position where we're trying to get to is going to be equal to our player position.
That makes sense.
Instance our enemy to be our player. So we want to assign it to our player. So now
saying that, let's see. So this is definitely why a lot of people say don't do tutorials, as you can kind of copy and paste, but you understand what's going on. You're like a magician at programming because for you it's impossible to make, but you're making it like a pro. Good job and keep going. Thank you, I appreciate it. Granted, I am using tutorials, but I appreciate it nonetheless. That's just, for me at least, it comes down to understanding and trying to figure out the logic, as I know what I want to do, but it's that thing of, I need to make a player move. Alright, well, how do I find the position I need it to move to? And speaking as this is frozen. But right now, I'm just trying to make sure that they can have a location they need to go, and then go there. Let me get some water while we're waiting on it. It's still frozen. Alright, Godot, are you still frozen? Yep, still frozen. So we're gonna let it take its time to... Still frozen. It says it's saved, but it's not moving. Well, if it's saved, I'll close it and reopen it. How about that? So I'll go ahead and bring you back to concept for a second while I reopen Godot. Since this time it seemed to have done... Not only did it die, but it decided to heart attack, it seems like. So I'll go ahead and click edit, and then hopefully restarting it will help it remember who it once was, who it still is. And then if I go back to Godot... There we go. It's working now. So in saying all of this makes sense. I'm going to print the direction to see if it's maybe messing up there. So physics process, print direction. And what are we getting? 0, 0. It's definitely not moving. Death by skills, exactly. Can't handle the skills, the Z. The direction isn't moving. The if direction, so whatever this toLocal is doing, it's creating 0. The navigation agent.2d get path to next position .normalized. Now we do the normalized because of all this, but I'm thinking maybe it's because of the whole velocity thing. But it's still getting 0, 0 before we even move and slide. So let's think of, okay, navigation agent.get path to next position. Returns the next position in global coordinates that can be moved to, making sure that there are no static objects in the way. Okay. We might have to look into tutorial on the navigation agent itself. That might be helpful. But get path to next position makes sense. And then returns the next position in global coordinates that can be moved to. Okay. Yeah, I think the issue is I'm not understanding how navigation agent works. We'd probably have to look a little bit more into that, as this makes sense. Target position is if set, a new navigation path from the current agent position to the target position is requested in the navigation server. Makes sense. So it's setting the target position. It's setting, I'm here, I need to get to there. And this is going, I'm here, and this is where I need to go next. So that does make sense. And then down here with the make path, it's saying every time the timer updates, get a new path area. We'll set this to 0.5. And since this is auto start, it should start. If true, the timer will start immediately when it enters the scene tree. And then one shot means that, yeah, otherwise, as by default, the timer will automatically restart, which is what we want. But since the make path isn't working on Riffly, why can't we just do this? And wouldn't this make more sense to do that instead? On timer timeout, set the new position, which makes sense. But when I press play, position isn't positioning. You can see there in the chat, right there, or in the console, I guess would be the better way to say it. With that said, is it all of this? Back in what he was showing, he had this, and then he had this. We'll cross all of this out. We had direction, and since maybe this is already normalized, that's why. Direction times speed. And if I press play, then what? Nope, nothing. It's not a me thing, it's a something else thing. So velocity equals and then move and slide. Okay, so let's look more into navigation agent. Godot, how to use navigation agent. How do we use the navigation agent? Let's see. 2D navigation pack finding quick tutorial. I do like quick. I do like tutorial. Navigation shenanigans, exactly. Welcome back, Moo. Let's see. Yep, navigation.
You guys asked, and I am delivering.
Let me turn this
navigation
off for a second.
2D, the area.
So this is navigation region.
And
we don't need. Oh, never mind. Navigation region? What? Hold on. Does he have a navigation region? No, he does not.
And velocity,
what is a navigation region?
Where the navigation will be happening. So what I mean by that is when you click on agents,
I think it's a path.
Should cover
all
all of your level. And the next,
okay,
basically the same code with the 3D.
So he sets an area where they can navigate to.
Happening. So what I mean by
which
that
makes
is
sense.
Click.
But in this one, he's using a tile map, which is what I hope to be using.
Now we have a
using tile maps or a sprite for your level. Yes. Yes, to both. I have, if I see, is it because it's not a tile map that it's not working properly? You can kind of see here if I go back into Godot. If that's the case, that would make sense. It wouldn't be too hard to quickly set this up to be an actual sprite map, as now I know how to do it. But if that's the issue, that it's not a sprite map, that can be fixed. You can see here the tables themselves are, well, the tables and seats, right? This here, tile map, but this cafe area, not tile map. Is that why it's not working? Oh, okay. If that's the case, then let's go ahead and set the tables to tiles. I think that'd be a good idea. Thank you, by the way. That's very helpful. In that case, how do I make a new layer again? I know there's a way now to set the new tiles for the tile map. If I select area, toggle grid visibility. If you're using a tile map, you set the navigation in your tile setup. Ooh, see, yeah, a tile map would be 100% easier, I think, than setting navigation region. And in that case, oh, here, right, navigation layers, add element. Okay, let's do that then. It'll take a second, but let's update the navigation if that's the issue. Since I definitely do think that, I definitely do think that'd be very helpful. So in saying that, we need to go back to tile maps and How do you add a layer of here? Settings, atlas, or scenes. A palette of tiles made from a texture. Not what I wanted. I needed a new layer. Create tiles in non-transparent region. Create tables and seats. Tile map. Yeah. Use multiple tile map layer to convert a tile map to a set of tile map layer nodes. Open the tile map location. Node for 2D tile-based maps. So if I create another tile map and I do this, can I navigate between the two? Get how that works. Oh, there we go. It would be these two arrows. Yep. Select previous layer, select the next layer. And then to edit tile map or tile map layer node as no set region. So then if I go ahead and delete this, and I duplicate this so it has the same area and everything, and then I set this to cafe wall, or how about building? Building. Building. Set it to building maybe, and then we go ahead and delete this. Oops. Delete node building, yep. Go ahead and delete. You could, no, it froze. Which means water break time. And it is still frozen, which is fine. That is all good. So I'm thinking it shouldn't be too hard considering we figured out how to do the tables. We just now have to add it for the back layer area. And then we'll be good to go. We'll just have to add the collision for the walls. And then, how does that work actually? As the walls don't need any collision, but everything else does. If I go back to the tutorial while we're waiting on Doe, how does he do it in his tutorial? Let's check. It would be here. Let me turn this off for a second.
Player, right? So this node right here, this is what it's tracking as our target.
So the pathfinding.
Because if you don't,
where do you have it at?
Turn it off at the end to see how it looks after.
Navigation timer. That makes
we save this
sense.
No 2D, but that's what
he's programming the timer area. It's just the node doesn't have a way to navigate, right?
You can see this is the
he has up here pathfinding tiles. I'm guessing that's what we need. Yeah. Okay.
To, you know, whatever tile set you have. For me, it's just 2 tiles in here, but we can go to paint, select the property, physics layer, and we can just click on this. Now the darker square does have a physics layer, so it's gonna have a collision. And then if we go to our navigation layer, and
it doesn't seem
add
that
navigation to just this one, you don't want it on this.
So navigation means where they can step, right? That's what it means.
One, you just want it on the ones that you want your enemy to be able to go on top of. So like the ground, this is like the wall, this is like the ground, right?
Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. In that case, yeah.
So we'll do
I think I get it.
Save.
If I go back into here, delete note building, and then tables and seats. We just needed this seating and table deleted. Go back and go here. I don't want this tile set in here, so I can go ahead and delete that. Oh, hold on. Do I have to make this unique? Is that it? I need to make it a delete, and then back in here. How do I do that? Is it? I forget. Let's see. Tables and sets. Move up, move down. Repair it. No. Access use unique name. No. Attach script. No. Duplicating it copies it. Expand, instantiate. No. Sub resources. No. I just copy and paste. Does that do it? I go back into tile set and delete. No, that didn't do it. Then I add atlas. Okay, no, that's not what I want to do. How do I copy and paste without making a duplicate? Godot, copy, paste, node, not. Godot copy paste node. Why are you duplicating a tile map layer? So it is on the same aligning, right? If I don't duplicate it, then it won't. It might be offset, right? That's at least my thinking. Am I wrong? I wouldn't be surprised. Like, for example, if I make a new tile map layer and it's not aligned, right? Or Is it all on the same layer? Is that what you mean? In that case, that makes, you know, when you put it that way, I think I understand. So if I delete it, and then this is what I was looking at, select previous layer, but there's no layer. How do I make a new layer on this layer? That's what I'm wondering. That's why I was duplicating it, as I want to have the single layer, but have it be a new layer. If I do tile set and add scene collection, a collection of scenes that can be instantiated in place as tiles, no. Palette of made from textures, I do want that. And then I go to set dressing and I go into cafe background. That is what I want. And then I click open. The atlas texture, would you like to automatically create tiles? No. Multiple layers was the old way with tile maps, was it? Oh. I thought that was the new way, and the old way was doing like a big tile layer. Now each layer is a separate node. Yeah. That's why I want to make a new tile map layer. How do I make a new tile map layer? Hi, Cameron Benzitz. Did I say that right? Welcome to the stream. So how do I make a layer off of this layer? Do I just make a new layer? And that, you know, I think I answered my own question right there. So I go back into here, and then I do new tile map layer. Or yeah, new tile map layer. Create. And then from that tile map layer, I go into here and I tile maps. I then go into, let's see. Where is tile set? How do I add tile set right here? And then I go into my cafe, create, set dressing. You could create a new layer using the same tile set if you save the tile set into a file. What do you mean? Like save it as a, what's the word? As something. What it's called? It's the, like a resource, right? Save it as a resource, you mean? Save it as a resource, yeah, okay. I did get that right. Slowly but surely the knowledge is sinking in. So, saving as a resource. How do I save as a resource then? Open documentation, access, save branch. Oh, you can't see what I'm saying here. How to save node as resource. Would I save it as its own scene, maybe? Go 4, save resource. And the inspector in the right, top right, inspector. Create a new resource in memory. Oh, I see. I understand. Resource. Like that. Or make it a resource. Oh, hold on. No, yeah. Let's see. Load existing resource. Here, no. Create a new resource in memory, edit it. Scroll up. Like this. And then, oh! New tile set, like that. Or make unique, that's what it was, wasn't it? And then, what was it? Make unique versus make unique recursive? I think it was make unique, right? And then it makes its own resource. And then I can go ahead and duplicate it now without it messing up, I believe. If I go ahead and just clear the tile set. Does it keep the tile set? Save as, yeah. Okay. Now why is this dark? Because the layer? Okay. I don't think I did that correctly. So let's see. Save as. Oh, I see. Okay. Save as tables and seats. Got ya. Set dressing. And that's good to go. And then I should just be able to make a new tile set layer from this. If I go back into set dressing here, tables and setting resource, set dressing resource. Can I just move this to here? Hello, Abraham. Welcome. Nothing much. Struggling with tile maps all over again. So then if I type in tables, okay, that didn't work for the resource. Seats? No. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. So I have saved it. What's recursive? Let's see. Make unique recursive. Make unique recursive. Godot. Choose new tile map layer. Like, oh, up here. Tile map layer. Okay. And then from the new node. And then put this in here, and now it's the new tile layer. I go back up here. And then, yeah, okay. But the layer isn't showing up on here. Which is odd. If I hide it, at least. Here it's showing, is it because I'm not selecting it? I have the tile map layers, I have the tile map layer seats. I clear this. Little, it's okay, slowly. Okay, so we have this as a new resource. It's still in here. This is the new tile map layer. We need to add tile set. Here we load the new tile map resource, right? So then we go into here at tables and seats. And that brings us to here. And then if we make a new resource here, or what would it be? We have the tile map layer here. And then we add the cafe background here. The atlas texture is modified. No, I want the tiles to be its own tiles. Oh, froze for a second. Water time then. Kind of slowly starting to understand it. Tile maps are definitely tricky. Okay. The tile set, tile map, that does make sense. Everything is slowly making sense. Definitely is I'm glad it updated recently, but at the same time, because it updated so recently, a lot of the tutorials are outdated. Unless they were made very recently. Yeah, you gotta run and get groceries, you'll be back though. Alright, Abraham. Have fun grocery shopping. It's still freezing, which is a little unfortunate. I'll give it a bit of a time, as you can't see well, you can't see the mouse. That's how you can certainly tell it's frozen. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and go back into this browser, and we can take a look at tile maps again while we're waiting for Godot. Oh, are you done? No. There we go. It's back. It's living. Good news. Okay. That said, what happens when I press play? As everything's kind of faded. So they're here. And then if I go back into this layer, if I get rid, or no, I need to save new, right? So save as, and this would be background. And then I click save. Then now we have a background save. And then if we go ahead and, because this is now new different from, oh no, okay. So we go ahead and set this background to get rid of, go ahead and put our tables and seats back. We can go ahead and now get rid of our cafe background. So it's just the seating. And then this layer, background, we can go ahead and delete this tables. And it should still be the same, right? Yeah, okay. Slowly, slowly it's starting to sink in. So now they're on the same area of a layer, which is nice. And then now we just have to map out the tiles. And I've learned since then a little bit better how to do it. So if we go into here and go ahead and do hold control to create multiple tiles. Okay. All of this is one tile. All of this is one tile. Well, that's one tile. This is one tile. This is one tile. This is one tile. Oh, this is one tile. Or actually, never mind. We can do This is a tile. This is a tile. This is a tile. And then the rest of these are also tiles. Like that. And then we can go ahead and do, in our collision, we have to do collision effect. And, oh, that being set up. So if, hold control. Okay. Kind of sort of slowly. I go back into tiles. This is painting it onto here, which we don't need to do. I need to add a collision. So if I go in here into physics. Thank you, welcome, welcome. Let's see, hold on. Paprika? Like a peacock? That's an interesting name. Navigation, we don't need navigation, we need physics. We need to add a new physics layer. And that is done. Hold on. Paint, edit, no, okay. Hold on. Select? No, no tile selected. Select one or tiles to edit its properties. Okay, here we go. And then physics layer. here is the physics layer, but we need to edit the whole thing of the tiles. That's all of this. This is one tile layer. Physics layer. Forget, how do you add a physics layer again? What did I do? Back here in physics, collision enabled. And it should be the same thing here because we added the resource, yeah. Rendering. Okay. Well, this should still work because we did do copy and paste. Professor Peacock and hello. Ah, I get it. Is that a clue reference? That'd be cool. Let's see. Use texture, no. Separation, this is all correct. I need to... Ah, property editor. Okay, okay. Physics layer. And then all of this needs to be 1. You're back? Welcome, in your bed right now. You're safe for a little bit? Sure. Make sure you're getting sleep, though. Okay, so painting. How does this work? Let's see. Add polygon tool or edit points tool. Ooh, could be, but just sounded cool. Oh, I see. That works too. So if I edit all of this, oops. Can I just shift? No, it does not let me shift. But this should just add physics to it, right? Without me having to edit anything special about it. All of this is one physics. Oops. All of this is the same. This is all the same. And then this is also all the same. You shouldn't be able to walk in these regions. And then the rest is halfway. If I go ahead and do this and do this, should kind of work, I think. It'd be nice if I could set it manually, but I think if I click this now, yeah. It sets the right area, right side. And then this is all the right side. And now we just need to flip it. Sorry, I need to go. That's okay. Thank you for coming. Thank you for following. That's all right. And then if I move this over here and this over here and do this, that should work. And then just the bottom of these guys. If I go back and can I edit or do I just have to do the whole physics of this? Like this? Okay. So that's all the collision. We save, and now with our customers, we can go ahead and paint onto here the collision part itself. So if I go ahead and go into our paint for the actual tiles, I believe that's gonna be the tricky part. Is it the texture origin that I need to do? No, I don't believe so. I think this is okay. So if I go back into select, are these all one single tile? Oh boy, I think I did it a little bit wrong. I did do hold control to make multiple tiles. Hold shift to create big tiles. Okay, well let's see. If we go back down here, oh, wrong button. That's selecting a single thing, I think. But if I go back down there, and then I go into bucket, no, rain, edit, no, paint. Last time I was able to just select an area in the cafe selection. That's not working this time. Picker, eraser, drawer, bucket, line. I don't think it's working as the same as before. I don't think I did it properly, but that's okay. I think I will definitely have to figure out the collision bit off screen or off stream, but we just need to have a way to select collision, right? That was that collision area. If we go back into here, it was, what was it? We can go ahead and check back in the browser. We can see that
we're going on our
it was, what was it? Yeah, it might be easier if we just use a sprite. You export it from a sprite as the level without using tile maps, do you think? As like an image? That is what I have currently. Do you think mixing the image and the tile maps is probably not the best method, do you think? If so, that makes sense. I think. Yeah. I'm gonna have to translate it. Yeah, that's what you did. Yeah. I think that will probably be, yeah, the better course of action. What's over here? Oh, okay. Just images. Yeah. That makes sense. I wanted to do tiles just to make it easier to use. No tiles selected. See, that's saying one tile. Paint properties, texture origin. Yeah. I was able to understand this last stream, I think, since it's been a second. Made it a little bit tricky. Yeah, if it's a huge level, then it's better as a tile map. I see. that makes sense, yeah. So then I just need to have areas. Okay. In saying that, let's give that a go then. What we can do for now is just hide this area and then add the collision, I guess, ourselves. So adding all of these box areas for collision, probably the better choice. So we can go ahead and try that. If we go into our cafe background, we can go ahead and add in here, since this is its own collision shapes, we can go ahead and add collision shapes for the tables. Would it be better to do tables on their own layer? I think that'd probably be best. We can go ahead and say this is all cafe. And then we can go ahead and add a new, what is this? Static body 2D. And then that's its own thing. And then it's going to need a collision shape 2D. So collision shape 2D. And then it needs its own shape, which we can just go ahead and make a rectangle shape. Did it freeze again? I think so. Yeah, it froze. Water break time then. Oh. Okay. Oh, no. Froze again. Second break time, I suppose. Oh. Okay. And it seems to be back. Is it back? Can I select buttons? Could make a new scene with the tables with their own collision and just place the table scene? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's probably better. I'm trying to make sure things are separate so I don't have to link them together, but yeah. Cafe background's its own scene, the tables are its own scene, that sort of thing. That does make sense to do. And if it's not my model acting up, it's the Godot acting up, but it seems to be working now. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and delete that then. Go back to our cafe. That's what this was here. And in our tables and seats scene, we can go ahead and just make a new scene for no TD. Create. And we can go ahead and just do this here, or it would be a cafe background. Let's just make it a sprite. Sprite 2D. And this is tables and seats. Tables and seats. Seats 2. Tables and seats. Tile map. Have you tried changing the Godot renderer? Might be easier on your computer. Is the renderer for the thing itself? We'll go into project settings, maybe. Render. Fusion. I thought rendering happens when you press play. Godot only seems to freeze when I am here in the actual Godot itself. Top right green text, left right green text. This? Forward plus. Forward plus should be the one I want to use. It has different additions, right? Definitely seems to be only Godot that sends the freeze. So I go back in here and go to tables and seats. Oops. Go down here. I make a new scene. So I go ahead and just save branch of scene. Tables and seats. Cafe. Cafe scene. Characters. Set dressing. Okay. We need a little bit of organization. So I'll go ahead and delete the background. This. You don't need that anymore. In our set dressing, you can look it up later. You might not need new features. Ooh, yeah, true. In that case, yeah. Thank you. I will definitely look that up later, as it is a little hard to work when it keeps freezing. This is all their character stuff. This is our set dressing. This is the cafe background, the table seats and everything in the cafe. Where is this located up? Cafe. Background scene. It's just located under characters. Okay. Then keeping that same, that works for now. We can go into our tables and seats, save as scene, tables and seats scene. Yep, that makes sense. And go ahead and save. And customer, or nope. Cafe, just under cafe. Tables and seats scene. And where is that? It needs to be under cafe background. I said under cafe background, there. Then we can open up the scene and go ahead and set the sprite. And the sprite is going to be our cafe decoration, which is this guy right here. Or not this cafe decoration, where is it at? our seating and tables. Seats and tables. Cafe furnish. It'd be this one. And then if we save that, we go back into our cafe scene. Now our seats and tables needs to be the same exact location as this. So if we just go ahead and copy our positioning, that should work, right? The tables and seats scene is set. Why isn't it showing up with the right texture? Maybe we have to re-import it? It should be easy to do. Just go in here and click on that and nope. It said should be easy to do. You'll just be able to, oops, I'm not even choosing the right thing. It's this thing. And there we go. Okay. So in our positioning, where are we at? Transform. The position is here, and then our Y is here. Like that. So it sets itself. And now if we hide the, where is that? Cafe decorations? Nope. Area collision? Nope. We need to hide not the background, as this is fine. Well, no. Background needs to go. We don't need a background anymore. We hide this. Well, that is interesting how it kind of... Oh, it's because of our decorations. We can go ahead and even move our decorations from there and go back into our cafe background. And we can go ahead and add another sprite. And we can go ahead and just call this sprite decorations. And then we can go ahead and add the decorations into the sprite. And that should fix that. And then back in our here, we can go ahead and delete our cafe decorations. So now the cafe decorations are showing up properly. And now our tables and seatings. Let's go ahead and just remove this to get room. If I do need it later, I'll be able to have a whole... I have backups. That's the important part. And with that said, now everything should work. Tables and seats. It doesn't have collision, but we'll be able to just go in here and add the collision. And then if I go and hit play here, yep, that's good news. And I can go ahead and show you in the game here. Yep. Now we just have to add the collision back, and we should be back to square one. Yep, are you using version control / GitHub? Yep, I'm using GitHub. I do have backups and saves. That was the first priority, and making sure, yep, I had all of those things. So we'll go ahead and create a static body for tables. And then we also need a static body for seats. Seats. And then we need a, what was it called? A collision shape. So a collision shape. And this is fine to keep it this until we need to change the name. So the collision shape is a rectangle shape. You've read about someone who lost a 2-year project because he wasn't using version control? Yeah. I am. My last game that I made, I didn't use version control. And now I know better now. And so now I definitely made sure going forward, version control is a must. And I'm happy I did as it's been nice to just be able to go back if I make a problem I can't fix. It's been, oh man, it's been so nice. I'm wondering why this isn't, snap isn't snapping. And this also needs to be its own thing. Hold on, how do I make unique? Version controls all the things? Yep, very important. Version control can save lives. You can work on something for maybe a few days straight without saving, and then it gets deleted or corrupted. I had a game once that I made that got corrupted just because I didn't use version control. So how do I have to make this collision shape unique now? I just want to go through and add all of these. How do I make a node unique? I know it was with the resource, I'm thinking, with the shape part, probably. So in that case, got ya. So go ahead and save as, and go ahead and save this as seat collision. Go ahead and save this to cafe. And then I should just be able to do, no need to save? Oh. How do I make unique then? How to make node unique. How to make node unique. Good go. How to unique. How to unique. You can make a node you want to copy a scene and then instantiate it. In the editor, there's an option make sub resource unique. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Just click local to scene under resource. Oh. Local to scene? Make unique. Oh, right. That's true. Right. Thank you. Very handy. Okay. In that case, I'll go ahead and delete. Well, actually, maybe I want to keep that for adding collision to the seats. To say, hey, find a scene collision. Does that work? No? No? Okay. I tried. In that case, yeah. We'll just do it that way. And then if I duplicate... No, it's still doing its own thing. Click on shape. Shape. Resource. In here? Resource. I thought this make unique worked. The shape. Yeah. And then if I duplicate... And... Oops. Well, that didn't work. Click on shape. Click on unique. Collision shape. New seat. No. I'm missing something. You can't really see the thing, unfortunately. Yeah. Shape. Resource. Shape. Resource? I'm clicking the down button. I mean, not supposed to be clicking the down button. So there is a thing that says here, make unique. So, different. Inside the shape sub-menu. Sub-menu? Is it a different menu? Hold on, it froze. So gotta give it a second. The shape, rectangle shape, that makes sense. Make unique. Click on the shape, yes, no. Shape resource, inside the sub scene. Okay. Gotta wait for it to load, but I think I'm understanding, kind of, sorta. I'm definitely thinking it might be best to make them their own scene. The collision shape, at least, as... Yeah, I think so. That way we can say, find type, scene, or find type. I think that's what I'll do. So we'll save the scene, and we'll call this a seat. And then this will just be the seat's collision. And then we'll make the seat a scene, which will be... Where's it at? Add... No, I want to make a scene. Save branch a scene. And this is a seat scene. That way, this is a seat. And then I can go ahead and just add another seat scene. If I can. What's the, Oh, actually, hold on. I need to go into this... Redo. I need to go into the seat scene and set the seat collision to its center. So if I go back into transform and reset the position, this should be good to go. That way, in here, when the customer's searching for a seat, they can find a seat, because then I can say, hey, look, this script, this collision is called a seat. I'm thinking, at least. We'll see. So then I can go ahead and delete this seat scene. And then if I go ahead and drag it here, like, it'll let me. Snapping is a little off. So how do I... Smart snap. No. Let's see. Use grid snap. No, definitely not. That snapping is off. Smart snap to guide. Configure snapping, maybe. Grid offset. This should be its own size. This should be like 8x8. That makes sense. Step scale. How big is this collision size? Scale, size, visibility, texture. Size. Here we go. That's probably why. I need to make it like 8x8. Oops. 8. And then if I go back into here, it needs to be 16x16, which makes sense. So 16x16. And then I go back into tables and seats. Yeah, the grid snapping itself is a little wonky. This makes a little bit more sense. And then it just needs to be 1 down, 2 down. So if I go back into here, the size Y should be, I think, 14. I go back into here. Oops. If I go back into seat, I should be able to move it down. So 13 is the Y. And then go back into here. That's what it's having issue with. This transform isn't quite snapping correctly. Even if doing this isn't snapping correctly. So if I go into transform, does that help? Oh, wow. Okay, well, guess we're using this. And then this needs to be, I think, 14. And if we go back in here and check, it seems to be 12. Like that? Yep. And now we can go ahead and I think just duplicate this to make it seat 2. And go ahead and make sure the transform is right. Like that. And then go ahead and duplicate again. And just keep going down and making sure all the seats are like this. And then we can go ahead and do the same with tables. We'll probably need different table sides. Well, table sizes, I mean. Go ahead and just transform all of these seats so that they have the right collision shape and the right collision size. And then if we need to, well, we will need to have a way to have the customers do their seats. So we can go ahead and I wish there was a way to have folders. That'd be nice. Instead of doing all of these as seat. But for now, we can go ahead and do this. And just keep lining them up so all the collision works properly. And they're all in the right spot. The good news is now they have names as well, so we can tell which shape is which seat is which seat. And then you can use the node named node as a folder. Oh, that's smart. Seats. Thank you. That is nice and handy. Yeah. Look at that. So much better. Thank you. That is definitely helpful. And then we can kind of just scoot that over there. And then go back to this guy. Duplicate. Scoot you over here. You can go ahead and duplicate again. Scoot you over here. Duplicate again. Scoot you down. As there. Nope. Only left and right, it seems. We'll scoot you over here. And then go back a little bit. Now, is there a way to organize things by name? Like maybe if I right click, duplicate, scoot you over here, duplicate, scoot you over here, and go ahead and go up, scoot you up here, move for transform, move you down, smidge, and then go ahead and duplicate you, and I can scoot you over here. Then I can go back to this one, duplicate this one, scoot it over here, duplicate it, scoot it up, add the transform, and just do that for all of the seats so the customer can sit on them. And then duplicate again, scoot you down, transform. We'll be able to get the node name as well, which will be nice. You made it back? Welcome, welcome, Professor Peacock. That's fun to say. Duplicate, then go back up, transform, up a little bit, and it's just about, and then get the rest of these. So duplicate. I will admit, it's probably an easier way to do this. This is probably why tile maps are a thing, to make this auto collision and everything a little bit easier. But overall, not too bad. Little pain, not too much pain. It's nice when they're all on the same level. Then I can just do this. I think that's all the seats. Yep. Okay. Now we just need long table, short table, square table. I'll go ahead and add a node and do 2 nodes. So long table, drawing then using them in Godot. Yeah, that is what you definitely could make great use of a tile map once you learn. Yeah, tile maps will be nice. I definitely agree. Long table, short table. Oops, node. Long table, short table, and then one more node, or square table, like this, square table, and then have these set under table for node. Now that you've told me about the node folder thing, I will use it. I'll use it all. And I know there's a way to set icons, which will be pretty neat. Then I can go ahead and set tables. And this can get then deleted. And then this can be labeled to just tables. And we have 2 square tables and we have 2 long tables. So for now, I don't think we'll have to have the tables as their own scenes. We definitely can't do that. And then to do that, we'll need the static body. And then we'll need the, collision shape. And then we'll also need the shape, which is the rectangle. And then we can go ahead, make this a thinking, where is it at? Make scene, and this will be square table. And then we can go ahead and do that save. And then we can go back into this scene, mess around with the collision shape. So we get the square tables right, then move those around. Yeah, auto tiling is such a pain to set up, I agree. But once you get it, that's the best part. That's why it's nice. You just have to get it first. So if we go back into here and then close out seat, we go back into our table and we move the table. So I go ahead and just do the square table. And then now we can make it smaller. I think this is about hello again, Gamer Guy Dude. Welcome back. Welcome. So let's see. If I go ahead and do, oops, not that. Need to make it smaller, like this. And then checking in here for a table, it needs to go down one, probably -2 a little bit. I can get that rectangle shape and do the Y. It needs to be 34. And then the X is like, we'll try 30. 35. It'll not freeze. Hold on, it froze. Give it a second. It's gotta think. Okay. How are we doing on that thinking, though? Definitely won't let me press anything, and it's not refreshing. Hasn't done this before. Oh, there we go. Does it live? It lives. Good news. Okay, I was gonna say. Hasn't done it before where it hasn't turned white. But we're good. And that's also good to go. Then I can just duplicate that and set that to square table. Oh, the sides needs to be 30. Oops, 30. And then if we go back into cafes and tables, yep, that works. And now we just need the long tables. We can go ahead and do... I just duplicate this and make a new scene. That would be nice. Duplicate, go into here with short tables. And I can go ahead and save branch of scene, can't save trade variation. You can make an inherited scene based on the instance scene you inherited. I don't want it to be inherited though. That is not what I want. Godot is busy pondering. Exactly, it's gotta think. We'll just go ahead and do another static body. Going to do collision shape. Do that all over again. I'm certain there's an easier way to do this. New rectangle shape. I mean, if we just set it in here though, and then save it as a scene, that'd be nice. All I have to do is do this. Go down. Oops. Go down. And then go ahead and transform, reset the position. Then I can go ahead and rename this to short table. Then I can go ahead and save scene. Short table. And then back in short table, I can go ahead and move this guy back up. And again with the transform, just a little bit down, just a smidge. Then I can go ahead and duplicate it and slide that guy over. I can then duplicate this again and then go to these short tables. The one short table. Everyone gets a short table. You get there. And then I think that's it. 3 short tables and then we need 1 long table. And long table, collision shape, static body, all the glitz and glam. Go ahead and add that. Go ahead and add a shape, new rectangle. Go ahead and line it up. And then make it long, make it short. Do all those things. Go ahead and just do this. Go ahead and get the transform. It's like 1 more pixel. And then we go down. Seems to be the Y. Maybe everything's not lined up on the Y correctly. And then do this. And then I can go ahead and just set this as long table. And then go ahead and make this a scene. And then I can go ahead and duplicate said scene. Oops. I forgot to make it reset in the center. So if I go back into here and long table scene, this collision shape should be position. Change that. You can go ahead and close square table as well. Go back to table seats. Now long table's gotta come back here and get its positioning back. We go ahead and set the transform. Set the X like that. And now we can duplicate it. So if I click that, duplicate, move this guy on over. How are we looking? The transform's gotta be set a little bit like that. And then that should be good to go. I think. We'll see. And then I can just close tables, and now we have tables and seats. So then if I go back into our cafe, and our tables and seats, we hide, show, the collision should be here. If I do, where's that? Debug, show visible collision shapes. Editor. Maybe I need to re-import the scene, possibly. I'll go ahead and delete it. And then if I go back into here with tables and seats, if I do this on here, nope. The collision is set. So we'll see. And then, oh, well, actually, it's just about set. It just needs to be slid over a little bit. If I go ahead and just move it over like that, I think. Now the question is, was it up or down? But I think this is right. Just right-ish. And to make sure it's right, all we have to do is just take the transform of this. So if we go back into position, it's 260. So 260. And then if I play, let's go ahead and check that collision to see if the collision is up again. Nope. Had you added new music to your stream playlist, or is your brain working like my Godot? It's old music. There's a few playlists for these lo-fi feels. So yeah, it's working. It certainly is working. Oh, my Godot crashed. Well then, let me move you back to concepts. And let me reload Godot. It is definitely freaking out today. But yeah, I have a few playlists I switch back and forth between. Go ahead and edit, reopen Godot, make sure that's all working nice and well. And then we're back in here. Okay, so now in our cafe, why aren't the collisions showing? It was kind of the whole point, Godot. If I just do this scene, what is it? The scene? Yeah, these guys are in center, but the collision shapes isn't showing. Visible collision shapes. Does it work then? Scene. Okay, so in this scene, the collision shapes are here. Try changing node to node 2D. Ooh, good point, good point. Okay. In that case, where is it at? Oh, what is going on? Hold on. There we go. In that case, let me go ahead and do where's that? Change node. That's what I want to do. Change type. Node 2D. But definitely changed it. And go ahead and change this as well to... Oh, I'm gonna have to change type a little bit everywhere, won't I? Hello, Art Guru. Welcome to stream. And hello, yet silly Rosaz. Welcome to stream. Let's see. So do these guys also have to be changed to node 2Ds? Node does not have transform properties, you believe? That could be why. In that case, would it just be better to move these guys out of here to make things a little bit easier? And then I'll grab the long table and delete that. And then I should just be able to take all of these guys and move them. Oops. Oh no, they're good. Well, tables are good. Our seats, though, have to be slid over. If I go ahead and rotate, not rotate, I just have to move their position all the way over here. And that should be good to go. Like that. And then if I go back into the cafe, yep, that's what it was. Thank you. I don't think I would have been able to figure that out for myself. When you're new, they know how to say your name. Did I get it right? I try. Let's see. Yetzali. Oh, look, it's working now. Wonderful. Okay, so we're back to square one. So now with this said, we just have to set the area that the... Oh, we now just have to set the area that the customers can move. Which is great news. So I'll go ahead and close all of this. And then now that we're not working in tile maps, hopefully things are a little bit easier. We have our camera, we have our customer, player character area swapper, that's all good to go. So now, what do we do? Is there a navigation area? Navigation region. A transversable 2D region that navigations can use for pathfinding. Okay? So then this region, navigation polygon, new polygon. And I'm guessing I have to draw it in? Yeah. Okay. Got a little bit of my polygons mixed up, so let me redo it again. Oh, where'd we go? Hold on. A little bit too close. Okay. So go down here. Then go over here. Click that. We'll have to move that over a little bit. Click this. And then over here, click that. And then go ahead and click this. Oops. Oh, never mind. That's a little tricky. Hold on. Let me go back into here a little bit. Okay. So, once more, new navigation polygon. Give it another go. So go over here. Go here. Go up here. Go over here. Like that. And then come down here and click. Okay. Like that? So why is it... Does it need to be bigger, maybe? It's definitely turned down a little bit. And since Godot's frozen, let's get some water all over again. Okay. How are we doing, Godot? So... Yeah, this is certainly a new issue. Oh, I never closed this. Yeah. Might have to reopen it again? It's not too bad. I don't mind it. It is definitely an issue I definitely won't have to look at. Oh, are we back? No. Kinda sort of back, but not really. Okay, I'll restart it. Once more, it seems. Since Godot is having a bit of a freak out. I mean, we all have that from time to time. Don't blame it. It's definitely odd. So go ahead and reload the project. And then hopefully now our customer will be able to move around. Fingers crossed. So let's see. Go back over to Godot. Now I can press stuff and it's working. And then if I go ahead and move this guy down, so it aligns more with everything. Alright, that's good, that's good, that's good. That's all good. Okay. So now that we have this navigation area, are we good to go? What happens when I press play? Oh! It's working! Hold on. Let's make them move a little slower. That's for start. If I go into timer and I do 1 second, and then I go ahead and I go ahead and I go ahead and I go ahead. Get rid of collision shapes. And then if we go back into customer, and I'll go ahead and get rid of this print because this is kind of tricky. We can go ahead and do all that stuff. Go ahead and uncomment. Saying go ahead too much. Uncomment all of that stuff. Do direction equals times normal. Well, it's already normalized, which is nice. That should work on its own. And then I click play. And then you can see, look at that. Oh man, the customer kind of reminds me, and I'm struggling to shrink this proportionately. There we go. The customer reminds me of a Minecraft mob. Oh no, we're stuck! It stuck me! Oh man! Oh no! Oh boy! We can't move! Send help! Okay, let's fix that. Let's see. I'm guessing if maybe I just put the customer or the player on a different layer. But I'm assuming. If we go back in here to player character scene. The player characters may be on a different layer. Collision layer. How does that work? Does that mean I can move around? What is this? No, it does not. I definitely think it probably has something to do with layers and collisions. An object can detect contact with character. Yeah, I don't want you to run into characters. So object A can detect a contact with object B only if object B is in any of the layers that object A scans. See collision, and then collision mask is the scanning. Yeah. Okay. It looked like you gave them cold coffee. That's a good way to put it. Oh, that's funny. Just see where you're getting there. Okay, so I think layer is, hey, I reside in this layer. And then mask is, I am looking at these layers. If I set player or layer 2 to say player, and then cafe is in, not cafe, player. These are in, if I go into these scenes. This collision is in layer 1, and it is looking at mask 1 for layers, saying, who's on this layer? So we need to look at mask 2, 1. I think, right? Is that how it works? Welcome back, Abraham. Welcome. So it needs to look at the player, and it needs to look at itself. I think that's good. The player needs to look at mask 1, and this resides on mask 1. And then the customers will be on mask 3. Then if we go into cafe again, and we go back into tables and seats, we go into this, and then we go into seats. Oh boy, do all of these? Well, no, I can change it from here. And then if I go back into here, and I do collision, so these guys exist on layer 1. That makes sense. They all exist on layer 1. They're all looking on layer 1. So I shouldn't have to change anything about that. For the customer, I'm thinking what I have to do is say, hey, I'm on layer 3, but I'm only looking to 1 for collision. Is that how that works? We'll see. Okay. Now it's colliding. You can see, hold on. I'm definitely not getting stuck anymore. That's the important part here. I'm walking into things and stuff. Oh, look at them. Look at them go. So it's working. But they're a little stuck. So you might have to change the way they navigate. As there's one point, after watching your videos, you bought and started using Aseprite. Ah, I'm glad. I hope you like using Aseprite. I definitely think it's, of the products that can be bought for pixel art, Aseprite's my favorite. But I hope you have fun. So let's see. We need to make more parts for the customer to move. If we go back into here for our navigation agent, desired distance, all of this needs to be changed, I think. We need more movements. How do we change that? The distance threshold before a path is considered to be reached. Maybe we change this to 0.5. Let's try 1, right? And then target desired distance. What does this mean? The distance threshold before the target is considered to be reached. The distance threshold before a path point is considered to be reached. And then I don't know what any of that means. What happens when I click play? Okay, interesting. Okay. So I think back to tutorial. Where'd we go? Did I close it? Oh, don't tell me I closed it. I think I did. Okay. No problemo. I'll just reopen it. I can go ahead and do Control-Shift-P and reopen my Firefox. And go ahead and do YouTube. One of your college classes is social media production, so you're making a little animation for a friend of mine. Music thing. Ooh, that's always fun. Pixel art animation is fun once you get the hang of it. I can go ahead and do Godot, pathfinding, NPC. That is always fun though. I hope you have fun. Let's see. I go back into here and... Oh, this is so loud. Hold on. I'll show you after the ad's over. I'll show you after the other ad's over. Hold on. Okay. We go back into private browser. Nope. Don't show private browser. Hold on. Let me make sure it works. Okay, so it is working. Transition here. Are we all nice and good to go? Okay, good. And then I'll go into full screen. Well, not full screen, but big screen.
4, and as you can see, this path updates 10 times every single.
The issue is you can kind of see how there's red. Nope, you can't see. Hold on.
And it does
there we
not
go.
get stuck on walls.
The lines.
Slide across it.
We need more lines.
We have some very direct, real.
So
name this.
How do? I question.
Script. So we'll create.
We'll go into here.
Equal to.
And I'm looking. I think it's a setting on here. I just want to see him set the settings
agent.
to figure out
And we need to
why isn't it working correctly. We have all the moving, thankfully because of the player. But it's the navigation agent.
And you can see everything does go as planned. So
okay.
in the game, everything should go smoothly. But normally, you know, when you make games,
navigation agent. Let's see him mess with that. He makes a new navigation agent. Back here, I believe. And if I go back enough. And even more back.
And we're just
even more back.
Video, just for
we're back.
So we can just glide against the walls smooth.
Now we can go a little bit more.
We're also going to need some other stuff. We're going to need a navigation agent.
Speed it up.
This is what's going to do all the work in our navigation. So we use navigation agent 2D. And then we're also going to need a timer node. So we're also going to need a timer node.
Okay, making sense so far a little bit.
We're going to set this to an auto start. And then on our navigation agent, this is going to be like, so on the debug, if you want to see the line, you're going to turn this enabled on. We'll leave it on just for testing, and then we can turn it off at the end to see how it looks after. But if we save this, and then we're going to obviously need a script. So we'll create our enemy.db script. Collision, we're going on our...
Apparently his collision worked fine.
In our scene,
but collision didn't seem to work out that way. It's probably a setting, and maybe because we're working on a really small canvas. How come every time Gary comes here, Gary's confused? It is a little bit of a... Godot at least. Oh, am I dying again? Oh no, it was working out so well. But hi Gary, welcome back. We're looking at a Godot right now, trying to figure out pathfinding. I'm wondering how to make the pathfinding work correctly. Have we ever used Godot?
Is equal to null. I don't know.
Let's see.
So it's not necessary.
Forward a little bit. I want to see him work on the pathfinding. Yeah.
As you can see, everything in.
Why does his pathfinding work? Why pathfinding doesn't?
As well,
I think it's a setting.
About pathfinding in Godot 4.
Godot? Who is Godot? Godot is a program you can use for programming.
Very, very good.
Or programming games, at least.
And as you can see, everything in the game.
So the pathfinding needs to be
we can change. I mean, we can just
updated.
Turn the path off, and you'll see that.
Okay. You never really understood coding and programming? Yeah, it is. It's a little bit tricky, but it's fun once you get the hang of it. Of the programs I've used in the past, I feel like Godot's been the easiest. Then again, I've only used one, and that wasn't even for a programming thing for games. This is Godot. All of this and all of this code. But I think definitely you'd like coding and programming if you got into it. If you like solving things, as that's all programming is. But wanting to do something and figuring out how to do it. As that is the current problem I am facing. So navigation agent 2D too long Godot as my current issue at the moment, and I can show you. Mortals winning the really style live series, huh? What do you mean? A little confused. The issue I'm running into right now is that you can see how the line, right? You saw how earlier in the video his lines were segmented. And it's freaking out. And we need it to not freak out. We need to fix this. They do this kind of stuff? Well, good thing I'm not mortal. But I still have problems from time to time. Let's see. I need to... I need to edit this navigation agent. I think that's the issue. I need to change some of this. Nope, I am not. I'm an Eldritch Princess. Thank you very much. Let's see. Move around. Right now it's having issues. I mean, this is working, but we need the... See, it works that way. We need it to be more segmented. How do we? Aging? Well, even if you are immortal, you still age. We need to figure out the segmenting and all of that stuff. And you can see as well, the diagonal's not really working. Well, that's okay. We just need the pathfinding to be shorter. I think that's the issue. So pathfinding desired distance. The path is considered to be reached. No, we don't need that. Target desired distance. The distance threshold before the target is considered to be reached. So if we change this to 5 maybe and save, how does this work? Maybe now it's a little bit better. I mean, it works in straight lines, but we need it to curve. Aged in a long time. Yeah, it's different than mortal versus non-mortal. You mean age versus non-age. So let's see. If I set this to 2, what happens? And then go back into here. And go into here. And it's definitely freaking out. It doesn't know what to do. But that's the thing. It's like, if I move all the way over here, it doesn't know. I move up here, still doesn't know. And that's the thing we have to figure out is how to get it working so it moves to a desired location and it moves smoothly. Though it is a little funny to see a follow-along character. And I'm wondering how we can stop that freaking out. So again, target distance and path max distance. The maximum distance the agent is allowed away from the ideal path to the final position. This can happen due to trying to avoid collisions. When the maximum distance, it recalculates the ideal path. So maybe 50? If I do that, then does that help at all? I think maybe it helps a little bit. I feel like it got a little bit faster. Maybe 20. What is the lore of this game? You are Gabriella, this girl right here. You are a necromancer, and you don't want to be a necromancer. You want to be a baker. So you're opening up this cafe down in the academy that she attends, the Magic Academy's basement. And your goal is to serve your fellow wizard students and get enough rapport that people realize, hey, look, you can be anything you want to be. So you type the game, you play the game, and you cast spells to summon food. And I'm thinking maybe make that path max distance maybe 5? Or is 10 the lowest we can go? It seems to be so. And if I save, let's see. I don't think that changed anything. I definitely think it's something to do with these guys down here, or these guys down here. And it's just a matter of figuring that out. The threshold distance between a point is considered to be reached. Maybe 5? If I change that to 5, what happens? It feels like it's working a little bit better, but that's segments. There needs to be more segments. Let's see. Navigation agent and pathfinding using navigation. Video 4.0 navigation. From the video, look, pathfinding works perfectly fine. All you have to fix is the agent and obstacles and their properties. Okay. Oh, movie over to Godot. Oh, not Godot. The browser, so you can see what I'm reading. It's a bit of everything to read, but we'll get through it. You don't need to update the pathfinding every frame to avoid performance. You update the pathfinding when it makes sense to update. Because the chase target has moved too far away, the debug path is for navigation paths. And the mesh pathfinding, yeah. You're back? Welcome back, the white bean. The one white bean. Very specific. So this is a new update for Necrotype Cafe? Yep, it is. This is the cafe part to the Necrotype Cafe. We did the spell casting, so that's good. Well, that's good, yeah. We did the spell casting, so now we're actually making that cafe part of the cafe part. And then once we get the customers working, we'll be able to add orders, and then we just merge the spell casting and the cafe, and bam, that'll be the game. And we just have to add the cool stuff and flesh it out. Let's see. If I press play, what is this showing off? Yeah, you see how there's segments in this thing, I think? Let's see. Too many words. Gary wants the Subway Surfer. Yeah, it is a little bit confusing, but which part don't you understand? Maybe it can help. Let's see. What would you use for more complex? Really bugging, even written in the docs, shouldn't be refreshed every frame. But then, how do you chase a moving target? Each enemy has a navigation agent. Well, only they interesting. Like to order one pumpkin spice. We don't. Oh yeah. You know what? Pumpkin spice latte will probably be something you can order. Yeah, like for spooky stuff. That sounds like fun. Character should have an obstacle just agent. Implementing navigation 2D server. Gary cupcake. There will be serving cupcakes. I'm wondering. Solved issue navigation agent. You should follow the player. This is the code. Just a little tricky in figuring out why it isn't living, facing the same problem, every layer of the tile map. No, we don't want tile map. We just want the navigation agent to update quicker. If I go ahead and duplicate this, and then go ahead and do Godot 4 navigation agent 2D. Do it that way. Cupcakes, scary one, scary cupcakes, not cupcakes. I see, very specific. Duty, create me as a customer. Maybe I'll do that later on. We gotta get the basics first. But I definitely do think it'd be fun to add some people, at least name-wise, so some customer names, some cool stuff. That could be fun. Let's see. Navigation agent 2D. Okay, so this is this. Yeah. Ooh, it's a cucumber. Let's see. After setting the target position, the get next path position method must be used once every physics frame to update the internal logic of the navigation app agent. The vector position it returns should be used as the next movement position. That makes sense. What I'm not understanding is signals to the target's reachable, navigation ends, target reached, velocity, no. I don't understand most of that. Debug path, max neighbor, max setting, no. Path desired distance, okay. Later, thank you for coming, Dr. Peacock. Thank you. Oh, well, professor. Very different profession, but thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. Let's see. The distance threshold before a point is considered. This allows agents to not have to hit a path point on the path exactly, but only reach its general area. If the value set is too high, the navigation agent will skip the point on the path, which can lead to it leaving the navigation mesh. If it's too low, it'll be stuck in a repath loop because it constantly overshoots the distance. Okay, so don't set path desired distance too low. Let's change that back to 10. Step 1. And then, what's next? Max distance. The maximum distance the agent is allowed away from the ideal path to the final position. This can happen due to trying to avoid collision. When the maximum distance is exceeded, it recalculates. So path max distance can be lower, I think? And then what is this? Path processing applied. Just out of curiosity, when are you planning to make the food? Because you gotta be there. I'm planning to make it after I get the customers working. So once the customers are working, we can move on to adding food, because I definitely do want to spend a day drawing pixel art food. That sounds like fun. Do a face reveal? No, what do you mean? This is as face reveal as it gets. We can go ahead and do back into Godot. I feel like I understand the navigation mesh a little bit better. The path max distance. So maybe we can set it to... The issue is it can only go to 10, it seems like. The target desired distance makes sense. Too many paths? Is that it? Mayhaps. I think that's true. It could be that. Navigation layers. Bit field returning which navigation layers and navigations. Changing it during runtime will clear the current navigation and generate a new one according to new navigation layer. Yeah. Right now, at the current moment, she's doing this. And we need this Gabby bot, or i.e. the customer, to be able to do movement. And for right now, yeah. Because the thing is, if we can get this working, once we add enemies or the obstacles of the cafe, which are going to be ghosts, we want the ghost to spot Gabby and follow her around. You love the little tablecloth on the barrel. Thank you. It's going to have a candle on top of it, but I'm glad you like it. And welcome back, Dungeons of Determination. Are the tables on the same navigation layer? They should be. Everything is on... Or at least I tried to set it that way. Gary is scary. Welcome over to Twitch. Was YouTube not working? That is a big issue. I will have to fix. So let's see. Yeah. The cafe bottom. So the tables and seats are on the 1. They're on 1-1 in terms of collision. Down here, everything is 1-1. Twitch curious better, I see. So let's see. Collision, yeah. It's on layer 1, mask 1. All the seats are. And then for the tables as well, they're on layer 1, mask 1 for collision. And then the background as well is layer 1, mask 1. I can go ahead and do this thing here. Oh. Maybe this? Layer 1, mask 1 for everything? YouTube, I see. I feel like it'd be easier if you were behind the counter. What? A little bit... What do you mean? I see. Okay, so let's see. Back and front, front and back. I can go ahead and close out the player character. We don't need her. But this here. And then if we go navigation region, the navigation region is also, navigation layer is on 1. So everything's on 1. That is the world. The background is on 1. The world is on 1. All of that. Gary does not like any other groups. I see. Garyception. So I'm thinking, as the player is on mask layer 2, right? The way layers in mask work, I think at least, is layer is saying, hey, I live here, right? The layer is the location. And then the mask is saying, I'm looking at these areas. I think that's how it works. Is curious there? I don't know, too many. So many. I'd have to think on that one. So let's see. Layer, mask. That's the way I understand it, at least. Mask is... Hold on. Mask is eyes, layer is body. So the player is looking at... The player's looking at layer 1, which is the... Oh, I can name it. Okay. World. Oops. World. Like that. Layer 1, world. That helps a little bit better. Very cool, I see. And then the customer's collision layer is 3, and it's also looking only at world. Because if it looks at 2, I think, what happens? I think it bumps into the player, and then the player can't move, or no? That kind of helped a little bit, I think. Hold on. We don't do murder around here, it's all safe. So let's see. All of this, and then... Yeah, you can kind of see. I feel like it's a little better. They kind of get pushed. You can kind of push them into a corner a little bit, which I don't want. So I definitely think staying... They kind of loop around you, which is a little funny. So let's see. Hold on, Curry's waiting to put a stop to it. So back in mask. Oh, Godot crashed again. That's just the thing it does? I hope not. Where did you get those? Let's see. Concepts. And then if we go I'll reopen Godot. Keeps crashing. So let's see. Dun dun. Booger. I'll have to ask you to stay on topic. It's funny though. YouTube Gary won. Good. That's good. There can only be one. Only one victor. Okay. Godot's back up. So let's give this another go. Godot. On the So player collision, yeah. I think the customer not looking at the player is a good thing. You never had Godot crash on you? You haven't used much collision stuff? Could be. When you use a character that you play as would be able to move around freely, but all the customers would line up in front of the counter. You'd have to go behind the counter. I thought about that, but I want more animations. I want a little bit more life in the game, and I think that'd be best done if the characters could walk around. I think that would be the most fun. Oh, hold on. There we go. I want to get this working as well because we'll have other NPCs aside from the customer, like for example, servers. If your small game is crashing, then there's a problem with the game, not Mr. Godot. Godot isn't when I'm loading the game, it's not crashing. It's the actual, what is it? This guy. Maybe it's crashing because the player's trying to find, not player, customer. So maybe I have to do 1 second. Maybe the timer needs to be longer. Well, the wait time is 1, maybe 1.5. And then I run it again. And I reload it again. Let's see. If it'll let me reload it again. Like that. So then, eat the customers, fix your problems. We don't do cannibalization either. Yeah, see, like for this, for example, maybe the collision is off. Let me turn on the collision. Well, so we can see the collision. And maybe that'll help it. So visible collision, and then... Maybe this will help in seeing where it's getting stuck at. So if we go here, right, it's definitely getting stuck. I think that's it. But if it runs into that, it should be able to navigate, right? At least to my understanding, right? The customer should know to burger sandwich. We will have some burgers. Yeah. Well, no burgers here. We'll have sandwiches, but no burgers. That's 2 restaurant-ish. We're going for cutesy cafe. But yeah, this needs to be different. It needs to change. The navigation doesn't seem to react to collision objects. Yeah. The player is reacting to the customer's feet. Right, their collision is acting to the objects. So what would need to be changed? It's not even looking at the collision objects. I think that's it, right? So how do we make it acknowledge that this is an invalid path? I think that's what's happening. No cafe burber. Let's see. The collision shape, I think, is working. Maybe that's it. The collision shape's working properly, but the navigation agent, is it? No? Navigation layers. 1. And then cafe navigation region is also 1. Is there a separate way to set objects as blocking navigation? That's what I'm wondering. We have the navigation. Is this because it's saying, hey, look, all of this is... Ooh. But we have to set... Let me see. Navigation region. Navigation region not recognizing collision. Area, well, not recognizing, yeah, collision area 2D. Burger Cafe cheeseburgers. No burgers. None of them. Area 2D not, no, we need navigation region. Let me go back into here so you can see. Navigation region. Might have to add the word Reddit to get it to understand. Navigation agent, ignore the bounds. The bad path finding is typical. What you get? Fake navigation region. It would be the one sandwich. I'd have to think on that. I mean, Can you create navigation regions, do you think? I was thinking the navigation region is saying, hey, look, this is where... Hey, look, this is where you can walk. Is that not what it's saying? Would I have to? And I'll go back into... Oops, not Ace, right? Godot. If I go into here, for example, if it'll let me, yeah, see the Godot itself is freezing. And it's not even the frozen I'm used to. It's a new frozen. Which is super odd. But I might have to refresh it again. But I'll give it a second. I'll drink some water. But I'm thinking, can you see the mouse? Oh, good. Okay. Do these collision boxes have to be navigation boxes? Is what you're saying? I get into the jokes later. I'm trying to figure out this problem. It's a little hard to do multiple things at once, Gary. So, let me deal with the collision. Let's see. I was waiting on this thing. Okay. So, collision. Area 2D collision. I think what the issue is, the navigation region 2D is not working properly. I think I get what you mean, Disco, by just new regions for the objects, like for this, for example. Do I have to make the navigation region these collision objects? Possibly? If I go back into Firefox, navigation region, let me type that into the Godot area. So navigation region, 2D. What comes up? 2D navigation overview. Let's see. If I go into private browser here, and then close that again. The Godot provides multiple objects to serve and facilitate grid-based or mesh-based navigation. Provides a powerful server API. The following, setting up a 2D scene. Yeah, where actors can stand and move with its center. Leave enough margin between the navigation polygon edges and collisions to not get past. Oh. I think I see. I think I understand. And Gary, please keep things on topic. I wouldn't have to bring out the silence hammer. But I will if I have to. Let's see. I think I understand what I need to do. I don't like it, and I definitely think this is why tile maps are used, but for now, I think I understand. And in that case, the collision is then looking for the player instead of the actual polygon. So I'll show you if I go back into Godot. Like this. And then, Godot, you working? Nope. Okay. I could save it. It lets me save, but I can't click anything, which is super odd. But I'll go ahead and close it. And I think what we have to do is just put out areas where the customers or enemies can move. Which is a little tricky, but It'll work for now, and then I definitely think after the stream I'm gonna go back in and fix it with tile maps, as I think that's a little bit easier, simpler on the eyes than worrying about these boxes and everything. But for now, this will do to just make sure we can get it working, and then I can kind of tweak things a little bit. So I can go ahead and we go back into here, into our cafe, and I go back into Godot. What I think we have to do is physically draw out the navigation area. So boxes upon boxes, yeah. This is the exact problem I didn't want to run into when we were doing collision and everything. Or not collision, but tile maps. That's why I thought tile maps would be a little bit better, but yeah. Gonna have to switch over to tile maps, I think, in the long run. And that is gonna take some time and some Google and some research. And I want to see if I can get the timers working with the customers and everything. So we can worry about that part a little later. For now, we're gonna reset the polygon and do a new navigation polygon. And we will start here, oops, and just set out the area. What's all of this? Parse, collision, that is some lot of stuff, I have no idea. But that is okay. We have to go down here, for example. And all of this is a path. And I think we just have to mark it out, what can and can't be used. So it's gonna be a little weird. For example, all of this is pathing that they can use. This is like the inbounds area. The best way to describe it. Oops. Oh no. No polygon resource on this node. Cancel. I need to go back. I need to undo. I don't wanna... Oh boy. Oh, never mind. It deleted itself. Wonderful. Okay. So maybe doing like this instead? This is definitely tricky. Like what I'm thinking is, for example, down here and here, maybe we just have to do multiple navigation layers. Which again, yeah, from what you saw in the docs, you can bake a navigation polygon into existing collisions. Ooh. Ow, I'll do. I'd like to know. It's hurting, it's all hurting. How do I bake? Oh, bake navigation polygons like that. That button right up there that says it. Let's see. A navigation polygon resource must be created. New navigation polygon. Bake. Did it work? Let's see. Bakes for parsing the scene from source geometry and creating navigation. There's a bake button in the top, yeah. I did click bake. Your navigation polygon. Bake. Did that work? No. Let me Google. That sounds like it's going in the right direction though. Better than boxes. Let's see. Bake navigation polygon. That's the second time I've heard bake. Godot 4. So bake 2D. How to navigate, mash, bake. Help with baking a navigation polygon set. Yes, I'd like to know. How do I bake it? You add the navigation polygon. Maybe you need to create a box to tell it where to do the generation? Maybe. Let's try that. I think what I can actually do is go back to what we had. Right? And then bake? No, that didn't work. I'm clicking baking and maybe I can just click play. Does it work then? Nope. Definitely doesn't work. I definitely think baking is right. I think you're heading in the right direction. Maybe you need to create a box to tell it where to do the baking. So we do have a box, right? And then I click bake and nothing happens. It's not changing, but we can see the box. This is just the general area. And I'm wondering, maybe I have to click this and then click bake? No, that didn't work. Baking rectangle, baking offset. If the baking rectangle too, yeah. How do we bake? How do we bake? The exact thing you'll be doing in the game. And did I close my browser again? Huh. Either that or it keeps disappearing. Which is a little odd. That's okay. It's super easy to just reopen. That's nice. Okay. Let's just go ahead and go back to bake navigation polygon. Oh, Poly Godot 4. see what it says. But I definitely think baking is the... We're getting there. Maybe need to... Oh, okay, I did read that. Let's see. We're back to here. Okay. So 2D tile map baking with new polygon navigation baking. Let's see. Change allowing polygons to be baked. Oh, it's because it's not a tile map? Can bake a navigation... Yeah. It's possible to bake all the collision shapes from a tile... Yeah. Does work for any collision shape or mesh included. Okay. How? How do we bake? Navigation baking. I want to dynamically at runtime move regions with the navigation region. It would work with tile maps. When we don't do tile maps, it might need the made a working fork for nav mesh. So we need a way to bake navigation polygon with collision shapes. Maybe that's it. Best bake. Yeah, see, we don't need tile set. We'll probably need tile set later, but I think maybe baking is only for tile sets, maybe? Subtracting collision shapes from... Oh, maybe this. Go for subtracting collision shapes. It's gotta take a second to load. Let's see. Yeah, from navigation polygons.
You know what's really fun?
Okay. This might be it. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Okay. No thanks for preview.
How you can subtract coalition shapes
Okay.
from your navigation polygons so that coalition
subtracting-
tree or static body has a coalition shape in a group called...
Yeah, see, it has tile maps up here.
So to get started, I'm first going to remove that hand-drawn cutout because, well, that looks silly, doesn't it?
Okay.
And we're going to go over to the code immediately because there's quite
The
a lot of
navigation
code to
2D
go
definitely
over, so
looks
I'm
a little
gonna
different
type
from what it
here.
was. This is 4 years ago, so this is definitely outdated. But
Now,
we might be able to... do something with it. Do we have to... New polygon. Yeah, I'm seeing all of these. Do we have to subtract from here is what I'm maybe thinking we have to do? Like, take all of the... Look at all the collision shapes and subtract all the collision shapes on this collision layer from the polygon, maybe? So, make polygons from outline. Polygon.make polygon from outline. What does this say? It's the... Okay. Maybe I can sort by newest? Okay. Exactly what I was looking for. The node type doesn't exist. Solution to go for is much simpler. Create a... Are links okay? Yeah. Links are more than okay. Especially when I'm struggling. Let's see. Creates a navigation region across all the walkable areas. The solution, create a navigation region across all the walkable areas and add node static body and have a collision body as a child as children to the navigation region. Finally, bake the navigation region. Alrighty, let's see. Copy and paste. Oops. Here. I'll go ahead and go back to here so I can paste. Block. And then paste. Oops. Gotta copy and paste a different way, I think. Like that. And then... Oh, no, it's just doing 260. It's pretty similar to the comment. I see. Got ya. Okay. It'll let me paste it. It's not trying to do that. Okay. And then I'll just duplicate the tab and go back to where we were in the comment. I definitely do find this is the raw way I usually find solutions to my problems. If not through Reddit, then through looking at newer comments that say, hey, look, this is how you do it in the new version of Godot. We can go back in here. Okay. So again, he does have the tile map.
By default, the navigation region will only look for static colliders inside its own children. Which is not what we want. Change the source geometry mode to group with children. This will
I
have our
see. So mayhaps we take the navigation layer and we go down here and we do this. That does not work. Maybe then we do here. What did he have? Group of children? Agents. Filters. Cells. Hold on. Parse geometry. Source geometry. Group of children. Okay. Does this work, maybe? And then... Oh. No. Does not work. Okay. So the navigation region might have to be baked in with everything else, I'm thinking. For example, I'm thinking maybe we have to do like this. And then add a navigation region. Oh, you can't see. Hold on. Between children are all obstacles with a tag. Hold on. Cafe. Navigation region. Thought it'd be this one? Or as group with children. Is explicit the tag? Hold on, let me go back to that video. Group name below. Navigation. Node. Oh, I see. Got ya. Sounds like a lot of trial and error. Yep. That's how it always seems to be. Okay. So, what we have to do is do navigation, I think. And then, instead of making these children, which I thought, but not true. If we go back into our cafe background, if we set this here, I think, right, and then we go into node and groups, we can add a group. That's what he did. Name, navigation, group. Oh. This also needs to be global. Can I set this to global, or do I have to delete you? Yep, delete. And let me double check that's what he's doing. Yeah, trial and error. That's what I said. Welcome to pain. And then navigation add. Yeah. Okay. So then global groups. Navigation, global. Okay. And in that case, I can then maybe go to our seats and our tables. If I go back into seats here in the seat scene, I can go ahead and add this to that navigation scene. And I think we can just go to the other tables and everything and do it that way. Where we take our long table, take our long table, make sure long table is in navigation. We can go back into our tables and seats, take our short table, add it to navigation. And then we can go ahead and do square table and add it to navigation. So now they're all in the navigation tag. If we close, all of them are in here. Oh, except for the square table, apparently. Wait, square table. Oh, is it because it's not the static body? Hold on. Take you off of there. It should be here, right? And then now they're all in the right area, I think. And then if we go back into here, then it works. Yeah. Oh, okay. Then you click bake. Then I go back here and I click bake. Ooh, that worked. That's so cool. Okay. I'm glad it's working. This is wonderful. Okay. But we need to clear it. And then we also need to make it bigger. That helped a lot, Disco. I appreciate it as well. Oh, nice. It is definitely working a lot better. Yeah, progress. I don't know how long I'd be here if it was just me. One of the many reasons I like streaming. I can help. And I need a lot of it. So then we can go down here and make sure the region is the proper area. Though it's a little scuffed. We can get it eventually. So all of this is where they can walk. They can walk around tables, down. What I'm wondering is why that isn't... Oh, there we go. I just needed a second to update. Well, this is nice. It just needs a second to, yeah, update. I think we go up one, and then update. There we go. And now you guys gotta come this way. A little bit more. Like that. And then you gotta come down a little bit. And then this guy's gotta come over and down, like here, I think. Like that. Oh, one more over. Like that. And then I think that's good. And then now if we bake. Oh. Did I undo something? Oh no. Did I have to make this also navigation? And then bake? Or... Hold on. Where'd all that progress go? The good news is I know what to do now. Group of children, navigation. That did work. But then we need The squares and tables are still proper. And then navigation region, fake. What happened? It was just working. Hold on now. Why do you decide? Create points. Clear navigation polygon, no edit points. No, we just want bake. When I click bake, it no longer wishes to cook. Maybe... No, it was working. But it's something with my settings, I think. It was group children? No. Source geometry, group explicit. Was that it? Did something get set off wrong? Or... Huh. Something happened. Navigation 2D. I expanded the navigation to make it expand. And now it doesn't wish to do the thing it was doing. Okay. Back to tutorial, I suppose. Okay. Group of children, and then set the children. Under groups. Navigation. And then you should just be able to click bake. Okay. So... Agent radius. Radius. Okay. Oh, and it froze, so give it a second and water break time. Oh. Okay. Oh! Notice decided, nah, not today. Oh, never mind, we're good to go. Does it not like being outside walls? That's what I'm maybe thinking. As I'm clicking bake and it's not working. Since it worked, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It was just working. But I need it to be here. Maybe because of the collision layer? Maybe I have to move the wall layer to be... I don't know why it still hasn't updated itself. But maybe that is it. Maybe what I have to do is set the cafe background and the tables and seats to different collisions. For example, navigation layer, we can set it to what does this mean? A bit filter showing all navigations. These navigation layers can be checked when requesting a path. Okay, but parse collision layer. Physics layer to scan for static colliders. Yeah, maybe that's it. So we don't scan any of these layers. Maybe we can just scan that. And then bake. Oh, I see. So something's not working with... Oh, yeah, right, because it's looking at collisions? But the world isn't a collision, right? The walls? Let me see. The cafe... Oh, it is. So if we uncheck that, go back to here. Now it's not a part of the navigation. Bake. Ah, that was right, yep. Thank you for the help. Okay, so how do we expand? He was talking about that, right? We need to now make it a little bit wider. Go back in here, he was talking about bake configuration, cell size, radius, agent radius. Okay, so agent radius, if I increase this, what happens? Go back to here. If I increase the radius, and then, okay, so if we make the radius 1, and then bake, now it's huge. Got ya. I guess now we can make it smaller again, like it once was. Like this. So it goes back inside. Like, oh, like this. And then everything can come back in now that the collision radius is big again. Slowly but surely. So then we can go down here. And then it can go down a little bit more. Like this. Like that. And then I think it needs to come down one more. Like that. Oh, like that. So then everything is one away. Right? This way characters can get stuck in walls though, since they think they're only 1 pixel thin. Really? So needs to be 2. And then bake. Like that. A little bit better. And then maybe 3 to be safe. Bake. Like that. And then, because the nav mesh is where the origin can move. Oh, okay, let's try it. Curious to see what happens. Okay. And then if we go back into game capture. So now it has extra dots. Look at it go still. But navigation? No. Still not working. Is it because they're still getting stuck? Or no, you said stuck in the wall. Yeah. Okay, so let's change the basic settings that we had on the customer for the navigation agent. See if that makes a difference. And if I go back in here and move up here. So why is it because it's getting stuck on the wall area, like you were saying? Is that why it's acting? It seems to be navigation from the center and not the feet. Ooh. But do we have to change the navigation origin? Hold on. Navigation agent, maybe we have to change. So if we change the transform, there is no transform. Process. Maybe I can change the location? No. Huh. I don't think there's a way to change the transform. Popcorn, yellow stripes, drinking coffee. Hello, Arcillery. Welcome back. Why is it now a little wonky? It's still getting stuck in things, and you're saying it. You think it's because it seems to be navigation from the center, not the feet. Yeah. Oh, what? No, she kind of freezes for a little bit, right? And then navigation from the center. So how would that get changed? We have to make the model. If I go back and then hide that. The customer transform position here? Is that what you mean? The red dot should be at the feet. And then navigation agent. The center part. So if I transform and change the position, oops, like this. And then navigation agent, like that. You were here. Oh, you were just lurking eating. I see. What you have to eat? Okay. Then if we go back into here with the customer, does it work now? Because I changed the origin, right? And then I should be able to. They are still getting a little stuck. But things are a little bit better now. Well, no, they're still at the feet. And it's way too big. Hold on, let me shrink it down a little bit. We're also having a debug, it seems like. They are still getting stuck. So are we gonna have to make the origin smaller? Or? Is it because of their collision, maybe? That's making this tricky for them? Maybe I have to turn off their collision? Perhaps? Perchance, maybe. And then, McDonald's, you wanted to treat yourself today? Ah, I see. I don't think I've had McDonald's in years, but I'm glad you enjoy it. Oops. Let's see. Does this work now that they don't have any collision? Look at them go. That seems like it helped a little bit. How wide is the character collision? The radius should be half that. The radius. Oh. You can try that. Now they're getting stuck from there. Okay, let's see. Yeah, because I think the navigation agent, right, is different than the collision agent. Is what it seems to be. And I think character colliders are normally kept as circles. This is a circle, like a circle. I did do a sort of capsule here for this, so it gets both the feet. You mean a circle? And then if I go into here, oh, not here. Navigation agent, where can I see where it's at? Finding algorithm, post-processing, oh man. What does simplify do? Try a full circle, I see. Okay. We can give it a go. circle. And then like this. And then play. And go ahead and reopen. So it captures the right window. And then smaller circle? Maybe? I made the origin at the feet. Oops. No, crashed again. Huh. Oh, I did see that error, right? Maybe that was it? Hold on. Let me bring you back into concepts for a second. And then edit. Place a circle, center at the origin. Okay. So if I go back into Godot, circle, 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 this collision shape, position. Here? Is this the origin? Your model? Thank you, thank you. Glad you like it. I was making it. Is this the center origin? I thought the origin was here, right? Or is this still the center origin? Is it just the face? Is that how it works? And Godot is having problems today. Froze again. I'll give it a second. Have a good water break while we wait. Okay, Godot, did ya clean up your act? Glad you were able to catch another stream. How are you? I'm doing good. Hi, Clash. Welcome, welcome back. Yeah, this is some testing. Working on pathfinding at the moment. If I open back up the game, you think the origin should be where the green and red line meet? I see. We can try that. Yeah, now the head's getting stuck on stuff. Okay. Yeah, this is where the green and red meet. I think that's where they're looking. So if I take because the customer's, yeah, the customer's sprite, then I need to move the sprite. I don't need to move the node. Is what it is, right? It should be like this instead. Great. And then the collision shape should be, so I went with the capsule. I kind of like the capsule a little bit more just because it's like the player's capsule. Interesting. Now you can watch your average day as a game dev, but live. Exactly. You get to see all the pain in HD. Yeah, this is painful for sure. So should I not move this? In that case, I'm thinking we go back to the capsule the player had, right? Which was the player character. I'll just grab that. Well, I'll grab that collision and put it back here. And then reset that transform position to here. Then make the navigation radius the same as the character circle. So what's this? Where's the navigation radius? Oh, I can just type it. Radius. Oh, I get what you mean. In here, right? This navigation region. And here. Radius. So if I go back into customer, the collision width is radius 2. So I make the radius 2 on the navigation, yeah. The navigation right now is 2. Like that. And then bake. Like that. And then you mainly focus on 3D game making, but you did and still am experimenting with 2D. Yeah, it's a different world, isn't it? 2D versus 3D. It's different but same still. But it definitely is a whole new one. Experimenting's always fun. So I'm down here. Okay. It is struggling to go around. That's the thing. And I think what we have to do is make the navigation smaller. For example, I think, oh, crashed again. You think you need the height of the capsule since it's larger than the direction? Ah, we can try that. Once I open up Godot again. I definitely think, I keep forgetting to check what the error is. And I think that's why it's crashing. For some reason Godot's crashing. It's not some reason. It's a me thing. So let's see if we can figure out the crashing. But yeah, we will try the height. I went with the capsule. I thought it was a simpler way to do it for the feet, but circle might be better. I'm still learning about collisions and everything, but we'll see. Okay. Ah, maybe this is why it's crashing? Navigation map synchronization error. Attempted to merge a mesh polygon edge with another already marked edge. This is usually caused by crossing edges, overlapping polygons, or mismatch of the mesh and navigation polygon bake cell size. If you're certain none of the above, change navigation 3D merge. What? There's, yep. Television docs. Animated background looks nice. You love the stream colors palettes? Thank you! Glad you like it. I try to make it as welcoming as possible, especially for places like, well, times like these when everything dies and crashes. Thank you for the link though, Disco. I am opening it as we speak. Yeah. Try to give it a nice feel as keep the cool vibe without the frustration of running into bugs. Bugs and pain. So let's see. Navigation mesh. Is this why it's working? I see. Okay. Works independently from other engine parts like rendering or physics. Navigation meshes are the only things considered when doing pathfinding. Yeah, they don't really need a physics thing, do they then? A collision check? Navigation mesh baking can be done by either using a navigation region or by using navigation server. Baking a navigation mesh with agent radius offset. That is what we did. And then, okay, baking with 2D. In order for the region to work, a polygon resource, we did do that. The resource of the geometry parsing can be influenced by the property characters. Okay. So to quickly test 2D baking with default settings, okay, and then baking so I'm thinking we don't need baking navigation mesh chunks. So is it because the radius needs to be bigger, right? That's what it is. Baking bounds only. Baking bounds. Avoid misaligned edges between different region chunks. The navigation mesh has two important properties for navigation mesh baking properties. At the top, there's an image with a red circle of an agent, which is how you set the radius. Was it this? Where is it at? Red circle? Agent and radius. So the agent. We go back into Godot. Navigation region. It crashed again. Okay then. Back to concepts we go. Okay. Something's up. What gives? Explain yourself, Godot. Navigation definitely, no, it definitely, not definitely, but it did say in the, when I was opening up the navigation that it was buggy. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that's a lot of crashing it is. I'm thinking it's because of this. Yeah, it's not normal. I've been, what is this? I think this is stream 5 of programming. Hasn't happened, well, it's crashed before, but this is abnormal. But it's saying attempted to merge a navigation edge with another already merged edge. Crossing edges, or mishmash of the navigation mesh. Baked cell size. So, is it these two? So I need to figure out what the difference is between a cell and an agent, I'm thinking. If you're certain none of the above is the case, change navigation, 3D, merge, rasterizer, 2. I mean, 0.001. So, cell size? The cell size used to rasterize. Must match with the cell size of the navigation map. I think something's wrong here. And it's why it's crashing. Cell size? If we go back to the documentation, where does it talk about cell size, maybe? Navigation mesh inside appears, no. Maybe if I... Cell? Thank you. Then their stream performed quite well. It did. I mean, it is Undertale, so I'm not too surprised, but I'm glad people enjoyed it. I had fun with it. Oh, am I dying now too? Oh, look at it. It's dying! Something's wrong! And I think Godot is eating up all of my dedicated RAM or something, and I think that's why. Hold on. Here. If I close Godot, will that fix it? Are we good to go? Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, something's wrong with Godot. I closed it and it's working now. So, what is it? It feels like some, like when your programs crash because of memory. You're back this time, you're eating sorbet. I see. I hope it's delicious. I am a fan of rainbow sorbet. Okay. That's not normal. You are correct. So Godot keeps crashing. Explain, Godot. Godot crashes. Why is Godot crashing, maybe? You're still debating on learning Godot after sticking with Unity for so long? Is there a log system for you to read deeper into errors? Yep, there is a log system. There is. The only thing is, I didn't run anything. So how can it log what it can't? It hasn't even started to read. But yeah, there is a log system. There's a way to do points and set breaks. Do all of that stuff. The only issue of wondering, why is Godot dying? And I think it's because of this whole new system. Something to do with this navigation thing is making it die. And we only have so much time before it decides to die again. Okay. Kind of want a bit of a time. So size of a non-navigational border defined by baking rec 2. Okay, so maybe I have to set this to 2. Is that it? Are you happy now, Godot? Can you live now? Okay. There's still a debugger. What does it say now? Godot gets a bit quirky at night. You say that, but trust you, making a build in Unreal is even worse. It froze again. I believe you though. Yeah, it's whew. I have not had this happen before. But it froze. And it does do that. But I think it's my computer thing. And when it freezes, I just take a bit of a water break. The fact that it used up so much of my computer's DLN. I can't click things again. Oh, okay. Are we good now? Reporting? Hold on. Give it a second. I need to click this. Let me click this. It does not want to let me click. It lets me hover, but it doesn't let me click. Okay. Take 4? Let's go back into concepts. Reopen Godot. And go again. This is definitely interesting. Your request for the game that you're going to send you on Discord? Sure. I do like taking suggestions. There is a channel you can go to, the Necrotype Cafe channel. You can put it there. Because I do like suggestions. If only it let me work on it. Okay, so we're going to quickly play. Gonna let it do the bug. Then go to debug before it freezes. Okay. Something's still wrong with the navigation map. And because there's something wrong with the navigation map, it's dying. And it dies very slowly. Crashing edges, overlapping overlapping polygons are mismatched with the navigation mesh. Navigation polygons, C++ source module, blah blah blah. Okay. Unreal Engine 5 has some crazy new features, so Godot and Unreal are two things you'd like to learn slowly at one point. Yeah, to the overwhelming amount of information and you understanding only. Well, you can use C++ in Godot if that helps. And am I dying again? Oh no. Yeah. You can use C++ if that helps. But I do recommend learning the in-house language. Okay, if I change the cell size and I change the radius again, does that change the error? Nope, there's still an error. Okay, if I change the radius to 1, and I bake, and then I click play. No. You're in crippling debt, please help me. From college? If I had to guess. Okay, so something's wrong with the cell size, border size. The size of non-bake in conjunction can be used to bake tiles. If I set this to 1, it's saying it's overlapping. So something's overlapping. If you know how to code, you kind of know them all. Yeah, you don't know if that making no, you do. Yeah, once you kind of understand how coding works in general, you can apply the logic to other types of coding, which is nice. It's like you're already halfway there. You just have to understand how to say it. Definitely better than learning a language. You just learn programming languages. Once you know one, you know most of them. Let's see. Mismatch the navigation. Okay. So it's something to do with the navigation mesh. Let me move back over to our private browsing. The common source for performance issues at runtime involves, creates frame rate problems at runtime. Programming languages are just dialects of each other. Yep. It's like if you know how to make a loop, you can make a loop in a language. It's just a matter of figuring out how they want you to make a loop. But logic still applies, which I really like. The common source for a performance issue is the parsing steps for source geometry that involves nodes at scene tree. The scene tree is not thread safe, so all nodes need to be parsed on the main thread. Some nodes with a lot of data can be very heavy and slow at runtime. Tile map, okay. To improve it, use more optimized shapes, e.g. collision shapes or over-detailed visual meshes. What I wonder is, and to the person on Twitch who suggested that, thank you, who made 3 games before, 3 years of experience in Unity, and I'm slowly reaching completion for a game you're ready to share? Yeah. Oh, class, start making some small games and you'll learn it in no time. I agree. I do 100% agree. Smaller games, you can also put some more games into your belt, and I am definitely excited to see what games you make. Okay. What I'm thinking the issue is, and if I go back into... No, am I still alive? Okay, I'm still alive. The issue I think is that these polygons, from just a modeling perspective, like on Blender, these are all wrong. It feels very inefficient, right? That's the feeling I get when I look at this, is a thing of, who modeled this? Who decided this is the collision shape? That's a little bit better, but it still looks big, right? And cell size, what's this? The cells used to rasterize the navigation mesh must match with the cell size of the navigation map. What is the navigation map? Let me go back into here and type in map, maybe? No, that's tile map match wholeward. Okay. So map, okay, enable the region to set the navigation map. That's what I'm wondering about. Cell size is the navigation. Should match the navigation map size. But how do I find the navigation map size? I think that's it. I just need to figure out the navigation map size. But I'm not sure what that means. Navigation map. So, your first game was a clicker game? Ooh, I always love me a good clicker game. Second, a small platformer. After a few 2D ones, you now work on 3D games and have 2 of them out. They're more like lighting demos, and if anything, lighting demos are fun. I'm definitely working on a side project that does with lighting, and it's been fun. So let's see. Navigation map. Navigation map. Godot. Are the games on itch? Or are they on a different platform? Or did you ever publish them? Navigation map, Godot. Let's see. They're not just any bean you can draw characters that aren't stick figures. I love to see it. Stick figures are pretty fun too still though. Navigation maps, Godot. A navigation map is an abstract navigation. Default navigation map. The 2D... Oh, let me show you what I'm reading. The navigation server can create and support maps. We need to figure out navigation map size? Maybe? You can do a lot with, yeah. Stick figures are cool. You can even just do a blob and it can still count for a game. I forget the one. It was like something Harry or Henry? Baking lights and Unity kills your computer. Took you 6 hours to bake a room. I can believe it. Oh, man. I can believe it. The default Godot creates a navigation map. The 2D navigation map grid can be obtained from any node 2D. The 3D... Okay. Maybe what we have to do is in the cafe script in Godot. We go back to Godot, right? At func ready, maybe we have to do get world 2D get navigation dot. What does this do? The RID used by the navigation. What is a RID? How do I get the... What's the RID? Dot. I'm looking for the size. That is what I'm looking for. As it said here in the navigation region, make sure must match with the cell size of the navigation map. Right? Is that what I'm thinking? Great. Creating new navigation maps. The navigation server can create and support as many navigations as required. But I don't need a new one. I just need it to match. But I don't know how to match. It's tricky. Border size. The size of non-navigatable borders. In conjunction with baking rack, the border size can be used to bake tiles. Okay, you know what? Let's do it this way. When I click this button, what happens? radius is 10, so it makes it super simple. I'm wondering, if I click play now, do I still get an error? I still get an error. Okay. Tempted to match. Is there any way for it to tell me? This is usually caused by crossing edges, overlapping polygons. I definitely think because it's baking, doing it automatically is making it a little bit difficult for it to figure out what it's doing. So if I change border size to 1, or let's change it to 10, what happens? Nothing happens when I change it to 10. If I change cell size to 10, nothing happens. If I change border size and cell size to 10, nothing happens. But if I change agent radius to 1 and bake, everything happens. But cells, I think something to do with cells is the issue. The cell size used to rasterize the navigation mesh must match with the cell size on the navigation map. So there's a little touch of the glasses. Thank you. You know, we're thinking big brain today. Gotta feel it, gotta embody it. That's what the glasses are for, at least. But I think because the navigation map, and I think what would work to solve it would be... I think what would solve it would be tile maps. I think it always just comes back to tile maps, or truthfully. But this, whatever this is, it's not working. And since Joe decided to freeze again, oh, the brain power's too strong. Exactly. Your brain can't even keep up. I don't think mine can either, truthfully. Okay. The resource enabled navigation layers, enter cost, when pathfinding enters the region, travel cost, radius. Okay. Yeah. Not too sure, but I guess it's back to reading some debugging. And, navigation sync error. Attempted to merge a navigation mesh poly edge with another already merged edge. Okay, can I copy this error and just, put it in Reddit and see what I get? It's been decided you're kidding? Huh? What do you mean? I'm a little confused on that one. Okay. If I just put this in here, what does it give me for Godot? And I'll show you as well. Dun -dun. Private browser. And then here and here. Okay. Just set cell size and navigation region node, and in project settings set navigation 2D the same as cell size, but keep cell size lower than i.e. 1 to 10 because it helps pathfinding. Okay. So let's check in navigation 2D. I think project settings. Do I have to go into navigation? Maybe the navigation radius is too low. You can see it trying to create paths between tables and chairs. Ooh. That is true, that's true. Oh, hold on. Joe continues to decide, no, I don't want to live today. But I'm thinking this means I have to set a setting. Oh, okay. So if I type in navigation 2D, default cell size. So the cell size is the same. Cell size, see cell size. Okay, let's try setting it to 2. Let's use edge connection. Enable 2G regions will use edge connections to connect other navigation, blah blah. Okay. Default region. Margin. Okay. Everyone connects chat TTP to fix their problem. No, that's true. Remember to keep things on topic though, The one white bean. Let's see. Radius, cell size is now 2, so that's changed things. And then about the radius. We're talking about the customer and their collision shapes. So if I change that to 16, oops. Which is what you were suggesting, right? And then bake again. That's not good. Maybe 8? Was it half of radius? But now things aren't connecting, so maybe it has to be 4. And then set it to 4 and then bake. That's a little better. Maybe 5? Bake. It seems to be about the sweet spot. bake. And then if I click play, do we still get that error? Still get that error. Okay. Oh! Let's see. Just set the cell size in navigation region 2D node, and in project settings navigation 2D, it's the same as cell size, but keep cell size lower because it helps pathfinding, but if we increase it too much, pathfinding will be difficult for the agent. Okay. What if I set cell size to 5? And then, what is cell size? Navigation mesh, must match. And then I go into project settings and I set the cell size to 5 as well. And then, what's baking? Use crash prevention checks, avoidance. Don't need any of that. Game is abandoned, they'll try and rob. Oh no, we're not doing any robbing. Don't forget, this is on a school. Who would rob? It's in school grounds. It's very safe and it's a very astute academy. There wouldn't be any robbers. Let's see. The cell size is used to rasterize navigation mesh vertices. So the cell size is the same. I have it as 5.5. If we go back into private browsing, we can go ahead and close this one. Alright, Godot, cell size. Nope. That's not what we need. Oh, okay, maybe here. Tower defense game. Navigation region. Here's the error I'm getting. I think I'm gonna be a robber. Huh? As a bandit, huh? A little confused, but I still don't know if I'm gonna put characters assigned or people who suggest it, but it's an idea. So you cannot stack or overlap navigation mesh services on the same navigation. Navigation regions are placed on the same navigation map and merged together when the surface overlaps or intersects the results in logical nonsense. A navigation mesh is a two-dimensional surface, convex polygons, and conveying geometry. You cannot surface, overlap, or intersect. It would be like a convex physics shape not being convex. Convex. You need multiple different navigation mesh shapes. Meshes sharing similar spaces, you need to move them to different navigation maps. You can find that in the different actor types. Okay, just keep that open. Keep that in our back pocket. Thanks for enlightening. The solution turns out to be simple. You just have to use an enable property of navigation region and disable one of them or not in use. What's this look like? They have one navigation region and they have another navigation region. This is like saying there's two overlapping navigations. But that's not what's happening here. We only have one navigation. And this is also apparently an older version of Godot. Okay. Support different actor types. To support different actor types. And I don't think that's what we need. Alright, what about here? Reading new navigation. Editor crashes. Somewhere to do too much internal working. Yeah. Check the logs to see if it's something specific. Ah. Logs, you say? Well then. Let me check the logs to see why it's crashing. Speaking of, Godot froze again? So I'll be right back really quickly. Let me go get some more water. It's used up all my water breaks. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. More water required. We're all good to go. That's good. Let's continue. So if I go back, go. Yeah, this might just take more, I think, observation and looking and scanning. If I had to guess. As I'm thinking because it is these collision shapes, due to the game is again it'll take once and away from your not happening. There's not even a cash register. But like I said, characters, all of that, I'm not too sure about now how I'm gonna do it. Right now I just want to get the AI working and everything. If Godot won't freeze on me like it keeps doing. So I guess I will be opening that water. Oh, there we go. Oh, hold on. There we go. Maybe the navigation radius is too low. You can see it try to create paths between— oh no, I did read that. And I think that's true. Like I said, if I was to look at this from— oh, it's back. Great. Voldemort. Escobar. Welcome, welcome, Escobar. Welcome to the pain of Godot. Welcome to the stream. Voldemort? What do you mean? The one that should not be named? So let's see. Yeah. It's something to do with all of this, and I think because the navigation is off. What's this? If enabled, navigations will connect with other navigation regions within proximity of the navigation map edge, connecting margins. Yeah. Enabled? Is enabled or disabled? I think because of the way it's making it is making it difficult. For example, if I clear and then I just do create points, and if I do this like this, oops, okay, so source geometry, do all this, reset and clear. Godot is always fun. I agree. It's painful, but it's fun. And we gotta suffer through a little bit to get the best of the best. The best out of the situation. If I click play, okay, debugger doesn't have an issue. So I think it's the way it's making it. PBO errors is a game design server that will probably never crash. No software that'll probably crash because you're making a game, of course. That was a little bit to read. A little to read. It's a game designing software that will probably never crash. No software that will probably crash while you're making— no! Read it a second time! Maybe you could elaborate. So for example— okay, here we go. I'm thinking if we clear navigation polygon, that's all of these guys, right? This guy, if I delete it— oh, you can make multiple navigation polygons. I did not know that. So if I clear this, what happens? Clear navigation. Why is this still here? And then I make a new navigation, right? What I'd like to do, and what I think I'll have to do, is do a little— everything might have to be a little bit simpler, I'm thinking. Like, this is what? Edit points, erase points, create points. What games do you play? I play a variety of games. To name a few, we've got League. Let's see. What else is there? We have League. We have— thinking. It's a little hard to think up some games up on the spot, but if you do check— well, you're on my YouTube. On my YouTube, I have a debut, and I do go over the games I do play. Nothing better than being confused for a few hours in game dev just to get a little further with a project. I agree. The one good news is that by streaming it, I get further along just because I get help. And that is very handy, as I get confused very easily. And this is only my second game in Godot. So I definitely am prone to getting confused very quickly. But I have been very thankful for all the help I've been getting. It's definitely made game dev a lot easier. So we can move this guy over here. Move it down when I'm thinking. Like if we make it 2 pixels down like that. And then 2 pixels away. I play Rocks? No, I don't. I couldn't get so many people have tried getting me into it. I could never. I do like Minecraft. That's one I can think of off the bat. All I'm doing right now is trying to set the positions. I'm trying to set it 2 away to make it a little bit easier, maybe on the radius range. So it's 2 away. This is 2, well no, 3 away. Like that. But then, where is it at? Filters? No, agents. Then the radius needs to be 1. And if I do that, you can see how that helps, yeah. Also, with just sticking to it and not getting distracted too easily or just randomly stopping working on it, yeah. That's the thing, I've been trying to at least get to it once a week, but the goal is to get this out in 3 months. I think at the end of month 1. It's definitely been a little bit of a challenge in trying to make sure everything comes out on time. If I do this, yeah. Navigation, bake it. I don't want to bake it. Oh, we'll do this. And then if I click play, what happens? Okay, so the debugger isn't debugging. That's good. Just had a great idea? Sure, I'll do it. But yeah, randomly stopping, randomly doing all of that, I do agree. It tends to help in keeping everything up to speed. So then if I do this, and I bring you all the way up here, I think if we just make regions, it might help. Like this. For one of the foods, there could be a white beans. You can come every once in a while. I don't think that fit with fantasy. And like I said, I'm still not sure about the character idea part. I'm thinking, oh, okay, this is semi-working. And then if I click bake, what happens? Okay. Now I think maybe if I manually bake it, it might help, but overall, this seems to be, yes, and working. It needs to go over 1 like this. And then, so it's 2. But beans, I don't know. Yeah, I definitely don't think beans are gonna get served. Beans don't go in the fantasy. Gotta head out. Good job on stream. See you next stream. Thank you, Abraham. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. As painful as this is, it's nice seeing people pop in. Let's see. Then I'll do another, oops. I need to make a new point. And then new point here. And here. And then here and here. I do want this game to go out on Steam. I don't know if I'll do early access, but for right now, at the very least, I have, and if I click bake, is that this? I don't like beans, truth be told. I am not a bean fan. Never have been. Game about, is it similar to those tavern management ones? Yep. It is going to be a cafe sim game. Let me move this over. It'll be a cafe sim game where you can... How can I edit that? Maybe I can move this down like that. But it's going to be a cafe management game. You know, like the Papa's games or the Penguin Diner games where you can... Customers come in, right? And you serve them. And that's what but it's a rhythm typing game. So instead of making food with ingredients, you gotta type to make the food. Things are connecting, that's a good sign, yeah. And I'm glad. I think it's because of something on here that's called... What is it? It was in here. Let me see if I can find it. Geometry? It was something here that talked about the distance between each radius. The distance to erode or shrink the walkable border size. Size of non-navigatable borders. No. Yeah, these definitely just kind of have to stick with it. That's a cool. I'd appreciate if you keep it on topic. Let's see. If I then do this and this, right? That goes there. That goes there. This goes here, and all that. Yeah. So it'll be it's a cafe sim game. It's not supposed to be a really big game. Just simple enough that I can manage to make it on my own, but overall, yeah, the Papa's games, my inspiration. The matching a spell typer with a tycoon-based game is a really unique thing to thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping it's fun. What is it at? Here, I can do this, I think. If I do this, game, if it wants to work today, there you go. That's the current mechanic of the game, the typing aspect. So all I'm doing now is making the cafe part. And then once I have the cafe where the characters can come and they can sit, that's basically the game done. And then I just have to pair them up and add food and everything. Soon, TM, hoping. Let's see, that small agent radius, though with that small agent radius, they'll get stuck really easily. Oh, we can change it. That is the good news. But thank you for telling me, as I would have not have known otherwise. But we can definitely check that. I have no problem doing that whatsoever. So it needs to be like 2, maybe? And then bake like that. Or another idea is that you have a limited amount of food you can sell. Nope, not doing that either. It's just gonna be typing. That's the way it works. Let's see, bigger games get made by making a lot of small games. Yep, the more small games one makes, the bigger the next one will be. Simple because of what you learned, and then stuff you can, yeah. I wanna make a bunch of small games to get better overall, and then once I make a lot of small games, I'll be able to make the, oh, did it freeze on me? Hold on, give it a second. And freezing, water break time. I consider having a cozy stream checking it out once you give your characters its remaining sprites. The grind never stops, it never stops. But yeah, I do like cozy, but I like stress. I do like stress. I like it when it's a little bit stressful. Only a smidge. Doesn't have to be too stressful, but a little bit of action. And that's where the hecticness, I want to add like customer rushes, hourly rushes, or what is it, lunch rush? Where a lot of customers come in and now it's very stressful and you've got to up your skills, all of that. So it's cozy in the sense that it's fun. It's fun, and then you don't have to be too good at typing, but there are going to be, I think, some recipes where typing very fast might be a must. I want it to be where certain customers, like after you serve a certain type of customer, for example, a pyromancer. Oops, let me go ahead and do this here. After you serve, for example, a pyromancer, they might give you the game works off of ingredients. So you start with 2 different flavors. Right now it's sweet and bitter, but as you go on in the game, you get more ingredients you can add. For example, with pyromancer, once you serve enough pyromancer customers, then you get a spell for making, well, not spell, but you get a component for making spicy foods. Not only that, but the reason you're prepping for streaming is to honestly give your live reactions to some projects you help take from and give some criticism. Yeah, I definitely do think it'd be fun to, once I do a little bit more, play some viewers' games on stream. That sounds like fun. Ever thought of making an Undertale fan game? No. That sounds like a lot of work. If anything, the game I would want to add onto is Minecraft. I definitely at one point want to mod Minecraft. Minecraft and Undertale are 2 of the games I've always loved to see it. Yeah, they're always the games I can come back to, or they're cozy and nice. Whenever I play modded Minecraft, it is, I play with like 200 plus mods. All I'm doing is just going in with this collision and trying to make sure it's not too close to everything. Yeah, well, that'd be fun, doing a modded Minecraft, or modding Minecraft stream. Let's see, this needs to go down a little bit, like that and that, I think. And then, I think this is fine. It's kind of making like a walkway for the characters. So then I just need to add a area here. You, for one, will be checking the game out. It just looks like cozy fun. I'm glad. I hope you like it. I wanted to try to get the mechanic, or make the mechanic first, as that's kind of the #1 thing you do, right, for games. Or, I mean, some people start with art first, and I do like starting with art, but I wanted to make sure the game core was fun and modify that, as if the core of the game isn't fun, then the game's not going to be fun. But since it seems to be getting a lot of good, people seem to like it, so that's good. So now I can start on the cafe aspect. And if I can make the cafe aspect fun and then just merge the 2, we'll be good to go. That is the overall hope of everything. And I'm glad it seems to be working out well. Well, this guy's got to come over like this. Oops. Like that, and that, and this. And I think if I bake again, okay. So how does this work out? Is this a good enough highway for them to walk around? Let's see, if I click play. Okay, and we're not getting any debugs. And then if I open up in the game, I mean, can you call that a debug? That's just called dancing. But if I go down here, if How would that get fixed, do you think? This reminds you of another game you cannot recall for the life of you. Combining point and click with survival horror elements. The mix can work out really well if executed. Yeah. Oh. That's a work in progress as well. Figuring out how to make it so the person can't just pop in, pop out. Yeah, I like combining two genres. I think that's always fun. So they are able to detect, I think, now. The issue is, I think it comes back to their collision and the way they're colliding as they're kind of walking in with, yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe what happens if we get rid of the, oh, thank you for the follow, Commander Ross. I can say that one. Welcome to the stream, welcome. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe because the customer doesn't need collision, we just hide that. What happens? When you're finished this game, you should make a cooking game where it gets creepier and creepier until it's terrifying. I may take a break from food games after this, but maybe. I definitely do like adding a little bit of horror into my games. That's always fun. A little bit of a spooky element. I mean, this is spooky cute. Halloween is around the corner, and oh well, spooky season is around the corner, and oh boy. Once spooky season hits, you will not be able to stop me. It's gotta be my favorite holiday. So as far as this goes, the collision's still off. Having a smaller circle collider would solve most of it getting stuck. The collider is gone now. I turned the collider off. And yet it's still wonky. Does it need a collider? Or, as this is the pathfinding. The pathfinding I don't think needs a collider. It just needs to, well, maybe I can't hide it. Maybe I have to delete it. It crashed again. Canadian? Nope. I am not. Let me go ahead and reopen Godot once again. And I'll bring you back over to console. Godot is having some problems. It's just not its day. At most, it seems to be my freezing has cleared up. That's good. Halloween? You're just thinking of spooky month? Yeah, you're looking forward to the next entry. It's your favorite indie show? Yep. It is spooky month. I want to see if I can make a pixel art animation for it. Though I don't have too much time left. But I'd love to just do that. My character just dancing to the spooky dance. That'd be fun. Okay, let's see. Player character, where were we at? Before it decided to die on us. So I want to see, I hid the collision shape, but if I just delete it, what happens? That's what I wanted to check. And then we go back into here. Oh, hold on. I do this. Great, they don't have a collision shape anymore. Now it's just the character and the tile map. It looked like it kind of fixed it a little bit. They are still getting stuck on stuff, but a lot less, right? Pixel animation of the spooky month dance. Yep, I would love to. But it seems to be working better, right? If I go down here, they're able to navigate around the table because I turned off the collision shape. It's just, yeah, I think it was invisible. I deleted it and now it helped a lot, I think. Oops. Well, they can't go there. I think the animation issue is just because of the way I have the animation made. But it seems to be working. I say as they just cross the table. What was that? Is that why collision isn't a thing? Or what did I just see? What magic did they just do? See? They cut corners. The customer's dancing at light speed. Look at them go. You can't stop them. You think the current problem is that they're aiming for the player's face rather than the feet? And the face can be over a table? Oh. That is a good point. Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and maybe we have to... Oh, no, actually, wait. One thing I did with this is the player's down here, all the way down here. So I have to change the position so it's up here. Does that help? The collision is ascending. Exactly. So then if I do this, does that help? As the player's sprite wasn't correctly at the spot. So now if I click play, does that help? Let's take a good old look. Okay. So if I do this now... Well, I mean, they kind of the dot definitely is aiming for their face. So then maybe we can just make it aim for the feet now. So if I go back into here and I do like I did with the customer, and I move the sprite up, or maybe I can just go ahead and move, oops, like this. Does that change it? Does that help? If I then enable it, no, they're still going for the face. If anything, it kind of looks like they're going for the face more. Really just trying to stomp on it. Okay, in that case, what can be done? Is it because this is the... Oh, no, I don't know. Maybe the origin? If I move the origin... Oh, hold on, it's dying, give it a second. Maybe if I move the origin node, that might help. As it's interesting, it's going for the face. That is odd. Yeah, but maybe... I wonder how it's tracking the origin, but I think... Yeah, maybe if I move it, they're going for the face. It's a 1-2 left, right. No, it's not even sucker punching, it's stomping. It's a little brutal. So, let's see. If it'll let me, unless it decides to die again. It feels like it's thinking about it. It's gotta think. Do I want to close? Do I not want to close? It won't choose. And I'll give it another second. If not, I'll just restart it again. I definitely will be looking at the logs, because apparently there's logs in the... Oh, nope, still not working. You might be the happiest you've ever seen someone work through an error. I try. I've run into worse problems. I have spent maybe an entire week trying to solve one bug. So, I mean, this is pennies. You can check back on me in a week if it doesn't work out. Subscribe to Smokey P. Never heard of them. Maybe just move the sprite and leave the player character? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And since it's freezing again, restart time. Give it a second to think about itself. Corner time. Note, have it. Let's see. Edit. Reopen Godot. And give it another go. Let's see. Back in Godot we go. Okay. And now, I think you're right about the origin. So if I do this, and then move the sprite you're saying. So, oops. Do this. Right. Do that. Sure. Would it be negative 24? And then also move the collision shape up. So the position, oops. Move it blah, blah. There. Move it up a bit, like that. And then we go back into here. And then what's wrong with the customer? So it can't collide or interact with other objects. I mean, it doesn't really need to. Oh, is that because it's a character? Oh, character body 2D. You might need it later. But, you remember when trying 3D game developing for the first time and discovered rigid bodies? You disable use gravity and your objects were just going to space. Physics are cool. Collision should probably stay at 0, 0. Okay, let's see. In that case, is this where the circle comes in? Position 0. Because I don't want the feet to get stuck in the wall. Oh, wait. I can just... Well, no. I can't do that. If I change it to circle as well, it doesn't really... I don't want it to get stuck in the floor is my thing. Great. If I click play... Yeah. I'll show you. You can look here. Because the collision... With the way the collision is, I can't walk down more. Kind of. Makes it so I can't walk on the floor. Because I'm just bumping into everything. That's why I move it up some. Because then, if I click play, and then go down, now you can get to the floor part down here. I definitely think it helps now. Now they're following the feet. That's good news. And then, let's see, you can move the sprite instead. What do you mean? It will need a bit of an explanation on that one. But it seems to be working now. Oops. Keep getting stuck up there. Do ignore the, Here. Maybe this will help with making it a little bit easier to see. Because we're not really looking at their, oops, animations at the moment. I'll do this. There we go. Following the feed. That's fine. You leave the collision at 0, 0 and move the sprite down a bit. Oh, okay. We can try that out. Let me close this. And then collision 0, 0. Sprite, move sprite down. Like that. And then we go back into here. And then open the game back up. Oh, yeah, it does produce the same effect. Physics are weird. Okay. It definitely did kind of help a little bit. They are sliding. That's because of the animation thing. But now we have to figure out why they're able to go past objects. How long are you planning to continue the stream for? Let's see, it's 4:45 right now. It's about 15 to 30 more minutes. And then we'll be good to go. I always try to end it by doing something, but I mean, we can't fix this part. Might be in a little bit of trouble. I think now we can add the collision part back to the character to see if that helps. And see if that works, but I always try to make sure I don't end on a problem unless absolutely necessary. And maybe the customer should at least have a 1 pixel sphere as a collision. Yeah. So if we go back to customer with their origin reset, right? Okay. So their position's fine. Their sprite is good. And now we can go ahead and add that collision shape. So I'll just copy it from here. Go back into customer and make sure the collision is the collision shape. Where do we do the physics process? Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Light mask? No. Oh, great. They already deal with their physics. Okay. So circle. 1 sphere as collision. You can give that a go. Let's try resetting and then making it a circle. And then doing like that. And then like this, and then moving the sprite down like that. Can you make the blue circle really, really small? Can't you just make the blue circle? We can, but we need it to detect. I did make it small. My issue is the feet. I want it to look like it's in the thing. That makes sense. Let's see. So now if I go here, interesting. It definitely did help, I think. But like for things like this, the question is why does it take so long for the distance? Like, okay, oh, I do have it showing. Right, it kind of slides now. They kind of act a little wonky, and then they get to where they need to go. Circle is bigger than the navigation radius. Okay, so navigation radius. Does it need to be 2 then? Right? I think that's what I set the navigation radius to, or what was it? Radius is 2. Okay. We have it 2 for the customer, and then transform, make it go back down. Or no, we keep it at this. We move the sprite up, right? Like that. And then, what is the game called? Necrotype Cafe. And there we go. Yep. Little Necrotype Cafe. Let me go ahead. Necro because you're a necromancer, and type because you're typing, and oh no, I'm dying again. Godot. Why? Hold on. Let me. There we go. Hold on. Give it a second. Okay, I closed Godot. And I live again. Huh. I am confused. This has not happened before, and I'm wondering, I mean, I'll be able to check, right? Because the logs, they save. I can see why it's deciding it wants to eat up all of my computer. I'll aboard the lag train. Choo choo. Okay, let's see. We're opening it now. And then we'll see. Interesting though. Maybe it's lagging because of the navigation? Maybe? I've been working on this game for a bit and it hasn't done that. Is it still buffering? Or are we good? Let me check. Because I can do that really quickly. Yeah, okay, we're good to go. Good, good, good. Good now, great, okay. Where were we? Hello, Aaron TV, or Aaron to TV. welcome to stream. Okay, so back to, oh, wow. I opened the game and you saw that, right? I died for a big second. And I think I can hear the whirs of my computer struggling. It just doesn't want to work at all. Okay, hold on. This is all right. Let me go ahead and do this, and then we can go ahead and do this. Right, brings back that screen. And then up here, we have our game screen. How's the game dev going? As you can see, awful. But that's okay. It's a process. Okay. So I did make it smaller. I made the radius 2, but the character does not want to navigate around the table. That's our current issue. Character that you look like purple guy in the purple Teletubby. Oh, I am no Teletubby, thank you very much. Or purple guy. I'm nice, I'm cool. Yeah. So I think it's a matter of collisions, as it's that little tiny circle. So I'm thinking maybe if we make the collision bigger, it might help. Is it kind of just, some areas it works, but the other areas, like, it gets stuck in a corner. And then it's a slow slide. And it doesn't know how to go around. Is there a way to enable the collision layer? Right? Visible paths, navigation avoidance. Maybe that works? And then if I click play. Okay, cool. We can see the navigation paths. Wonderful. Okay. So now we can see what it's really doing. Oh, and unless it doesn't want to slide. So I think it definitely is getting stuck outside of the navigation path, right? That's what you said. Try radius 1 on the collision, so slightly less than the navigation radius. Sure. We can give that a go. And if we go back into customer, collision, radius 1. And then we go back into the cafe. Enable. And here we go. Okay. So then, still kind of, they're so fast. They're still sliding off of stuff. Your navigation mesh is only 4 directional. Yeah, this is I have never done this before. So it's work in progress. You're gonna go see you later. Thank you for coming. The one white, I always say it weird. The one white beam. There we go. It was fun having ya. Yeah, this is a work in progress. And I think maybe, very odd, yeah. You can kind of see a little small white dot. Hold on. Let me make it a little bit, oops. Saying working on your first ever game for the last 3 years. Wow. That's a really long time. That's dedication. I don't know if I'd be able to go that long. As I have commitment, but my mind does bore at some point. I'm hoping that instead of 3 years, I can make this one in 3 months, but it's a very small game. Can you kind of see the circle of the collision a little bit better now? I might change the color as well, but something's off. It's, for some areas, yeah, I think because it's getting stuck outside. Well, it's a 2.5 8-bit Game Boy voxel. Ooh, RPG. That explains it. RPGs are so hard to make, but they're always the most fun. But voxel's interesting. I'm thinking, yeah, I agree, Disco. I think it's because it's getting stuck outside, right? That's what that is. So if we, what can we do? It works when it's inside. It's when it gets stuck outside that it's having problems. Don't mind the shaking. I have a gift if you want to see. The best way to show me would be to show, what is it? In my Discord? That'd be the easiest way to show. Otherwise, if you have it somewhere like on a website or something, that also works too. I'm thinking it's getting stuck because the collision shape. I definitely do think so. Yeah, see, when it's outside of the range, it slides, and then that's where it gets stuck. So I think we have to make the area more better for navigation. I think that's what we have to do. Yeah, try increasing navigation radius a little bit at a time to see how far you can push it. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. You have image link for it, just don't have a Discord group space right now. No, that's fine. Link, sure. I can look at it after the stream, but yeah. If that works better for you. Let's see. Radius of the cafe. Navigation region. Oh, setting it to 1. And then... It's getting stuck in these areas. Is the issue. And I'm wondering why. And I think it's because of the whole collision shape thing. Maybe if we set these, like, closer, maybe that will work better. I'm gonna move everything closer and see if that helps with navigation. That might help. That's my guess, at least, to see if it works. Fingers crossed. That gets slid over. And then these go down, like here. And then this one also goes down. Down here. And then this one can go over here. Then these can come down here. A lot of new navigation changes. There's some new sheriffs around town. Go ahead and slide this guy over. Slide every one of these guys over. And then slide this guy over. I have to change a few of the navigation butts. I did not expect navigation to be as hard as it's showing off to be. So we'll see. So then this can come over. And then this can come over. Like that. Yeah. And then this can come down. And this can come down. This can come down. And this can come over. Don't know why it's stuck in there. Like this. Like that. And then, let's see. Back over. Back over, over. And then down. And over, down. Oops. Not too over, down. And slide this guy over. This guy can come down over. Really down over, it seems. Like that. And then this guy can come down now. Or no, you gotta kind of stay up a little bit. And I think it's fine for them to have a little bit of space for a little bit of wiggle room. Like this. And then this can come up. Like that, I think. Maybe. And then... Okay. I think because I gave it a little bit more liberty, the collision shape might work a little bit better. Let's give it a try and see. Should you be able to walk behind the table sprites? Yep, you should be able to walk behind the tables. And I'm realizing the collision is a little off. We'll show you. But yeah, you should be able to walk behind the tables. Oh, you mean like here. Like... I get what you mean. Hold on. Let me go ahead and close it. I get what you mean. In the square table, or tables for example, it should be down a little bit, right? If I go back in the collision body, like this maybe? And then back in the tables and seats, walk behind that, right? And then we go back to and that is a good point. Maybe that's why it's trying to act up a little bit. We don't need the square tables, we need the short table. And it needs to go down a few. Zoom all the way in. Change the collision to about 3. And then here. Down a little bit more. I definitely think that'll help. I want it to be leveled with the seats. So if we go back to the short table, go down a little bit more. Like that. And then, yeah. Is that leveled? One more. 1. more. There we go. And then make sure the tables and seats are, well, the tables can be, it's probably like, what is it? Tables and seats might be a little bit tricky. Yeah. I might have to change it so it's tables on one layer, seats on another layer. But this is walking over tables and seats. Yeah, I think that might have to be divided, maybe? Where tables is one, seats is one, perhaps. But let's see. Then we go back into our navigation. Now if we go down, we can go all the way down. Like this. And then this can come down. And then all of these can come down in a way. Oops, did I delete something? Yep, I did. So these guys can come down now. And I think this will definitely help overall with the collision. Smart thinking. And I'm thinking we don't even need this guy. Or maybe we will. We'll see. Oops, we do need you though. This needs to come down like this. And then... oh, that's good. And then, yeah, it does create a bit more room. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to set the tables and seats on a different layer, as because they're on the same layer right now, right? The player goes in front of the seats but behind the tables. Or no, they go behind the tables at the top. How would we set that to be a little bit different? It might have to come down to some sort of walk order or something. This would definitely add a lot of space, which is nice. This comes down, and it might help with collision as well, which is also nice. That is always a good bonus, as now they have less places to get stuck. In saying that, I'm thinking maybe we have to move this down a little bit. Whoops, not move that down. Move this down. Just move just a smidge. Do you think Godot has an option to sort sprites based on Y position? Ooh, do tell. Hold on. Sort sprite visibility, maybe? Y position? Godot sort sprite based on Y. Let me Google that. That would be very helpful. Godot sprite visibility Y position. Can't make platform visible. Managing visibility. Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in a tab so I can remember. And then we open and we try. Okay. There's new collision paths. How do you work now? It definitely works a little better. Unless it does that. What is that? It just decides to cut through a table. It's breaking out of the collision borders is the issue. How do we stop it? It's leaving the path. Why is it leaving the path? Yeah, you can kind of see the, is it because of the collision? It's getting stuck on the collision pieces. Sprite sorting? Ooh, perfect, perfect. Ah, hello, Scott Hughes Music. Thank you for the raid. Hi. Thank you a lot. Trying to work out character collision at the moment. Not working too well. I will go ahead and save that. I'll definitely look into the why. But hello, welcome everyone. As you can see, this is going great. But they're slip and sliding. Yeah, hi, welcome. And they're breaking out of the collision. See, they should not be able to go in that area. The NPC walks to make their own rules. That's what it feels like. They've got cool sunglasses on. So that's why I think we should maybe get rid of the collision. I definitely haven't used Godot before. Well, I have used Godot before. This is my second time using it. It's all new. You saw you working on a game dev. Looks like a cute game. It will be a cute game. A little cute, a little spooky. It'll be a cafe sim rhythm typing game. So cute, spooky, but a little bit of a hectic game. And in saying that, I want to see if I get rid of the customer. If we get rid of the customer collision, does that change anything? And the answer is, let's see. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm wondering, will this, that did nothing. That made it worse. Look at them. They're breaking the laws of physics. tuning the navigation radius, do you think? Sure. Oh, is it because it's so close to the boxes, do you think? So for example, I think if I make the radius like 3, that'll make it far away from the boxes, right? Which means they can't touch it. Well, it works if you serve ghost customers. That's true. I don't know if she'll be able to serve ghost customers, but ghosts are definitely going to be something she'll have to avoid, as she is terrified of ghosts. Ghosts are gonna be some enemies. So if I do this, can they walk? That didn't fix it. That did nothing to fix it. Look at her. What is this? Okay, so collision definitely was handy. Let's put collision back. It is so weird how it breaks out. How far are you along in development? Currently, I have the mechanics of the game down. I can go ahead and do this. It should show up the game, but the mechanic of the game is done for the spellcasting typing. Now we all just need to do is do a cafe portion with customers who should not walk across tables. Let's see. Yeah, it seems to skip some points entirely. They're walking outside of the region. So if I Google collision shape, let's see. Collision shape, or not collision shape. Navigation region breaks. No, it doesn't break it. They're walking outside of the navigation region. NPC moves outside of navigation region. Godot. 4. See if that works. Adding obstacles, getting a path outside the navigation path. Maybe this one? Let's give it a look and see. As yeah, they were working, then they're not working, then they're working, then they're not working. Well, that's the fun of game dev. Do you assume they will walk to the current point before moving to the next point? Maybe? Is it because it's constantly updating? But it says it needs to be in the process where it constantly updates each frame. Debug visuals? Yeah. Visualize your point A to point B. Return and you'll see what your agent is doing wrong. You followed you on itch and you played your star game. Thank you. You couldn't get higher than 5 points. I think I definitely it's still being tweaked, but I'm glad you. Well, no, that's not your star game. I see. My first game. That game was a very stressful game. I made it in 24 hours. You'll try again after the stream. I believe in you. It's hectic game. I think I got to 75. Like, you can do it. You can definitely do it. Let's see. Solved. You made a separate function. It seems to have fixed the problem. Moving, moving. Okay. I have a navigation region on the map. From the navigation server, I take the path, and using the code, you move the character. The problem is that your characters can sometimes move outside the navigation grid. Sounds like us. Let's see. If I click on an area without a grid, sooner or later he will go there, and sometimes with one click. Okay, that sounds exactly why. I think the problem is in how the customer moves along the path. It says I made a separate function. Yeah, and it seems to have fixed the problem. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. So let's try that and see if it helps. So if I go back into our Godot, and then I can close all these tables. No more tables. No more player character. And go back in customer. 75. I believe. I don't think I've seen anyone get higher. Maybe 76. It seems to be my limit though. Okay. We can go ahead and just move this back in since they still kind of shake and do a little dance. It doesn't really matter, it seems. But I think maybe this has to move. That's what they were talking about. So funk. Maybe move customer. Oops, move customer. And then void. Like that. And then we can just go ahead and all of that. And then we can go ahead and where's the delta at? I'm not seeing a delta. Delta's typically important, but there's only one delta. That's a little scary. For now, if we don't need the delta, then we don't need the delta, but maybe that's also a reason why. So I can go ahead and just do move customer. Expected parameter name? What do you mean? Oh, I didn't do underscore. There we go. Okay. So does that fix it? I wonder if that really will fix it. Let's see. Oh. Nope. Did not fix it. They still decide, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna move across. I will exit. Yeah, okay. What's the thing as well? It's like they're cutting corners. They're doing illegal moves. They're trying to go from the lines, and then once they get to an edge, they decide, yeah, you know what? This edge, I don't need it. And they walk out of the edge. Or does it look like this because of the way the sprite is? Maybe it's just how it decides it has, maybe it's in how it decides it has reached a point. Do you mean, let me look on here. Not cafe, customer? In the navigation area 2D? Possibly? Unless, of course, Godot decides it's freeze time. Oh boy. We'll go ahead, get some more water. That way I get water breaks in. Since it typically freezes. We can go ahead and stop Godot. Godot will also close. Maybe that's why. Alright, Godot. Time to move it. Come on. It's your time. Time to shine. It is disagreeing with me. Okay, in that case, we'll close it again. Reopen. But maybe it's in how it decides it has reached a point. Maybe? Possibly? I'm gonna close Godot. Bring it back over to concepts. Reopen Godot. Bring it back over to Godot. Yeah, this is definitely tricky. I'm wondering why they move out. That was the whole point of the navigation path, right? Is to say, hey, you can only be in here. But then it decides, I don't wanna. I'm a rebel. And decides, out. I'm out now. So, okay. Back in Godot we are. And in saying that, let's see. Cafe. Well, not cafe. Customer. I think this is fine. It's velocity. Is it the speed, maybe? Maybe the speed needs to be different. All of this is how it's moving the player. I mean, yeah, how it's moving the player. So maybe the navigation needs to be different. But this is also navigating for the animation. So I really don't want to touch this. Just because the animation is working. But you think there was a setting for when it considered the navigation close enough. Let's see. Half desired distance. Half max distance? One of them was close enough. Target desired distance. Did a distance threshold before the is... Okay. I think this is as low as it goes. Oh no. Okay. Maybe that works. Let's see. If we do... this? What are you gonna... Maybe it has to be 1? We can try 1. I can just update it in real time, I've learned. We'll save it, and then I can go back in here and... Well, do you do the same thing? It does. I'm thinking maybe because of the... Well, no. I don't even know. The whole sprite breaks out of the area that it says it needs to not break out of. Even the hat, all of it gets broken. So it's not like it's a animation error or something. It gets clipped. That's the best way to describe it. It gets clipped here, and then it feels like it gets pushed out of the range. Thank you for following. Welcome, Art Guru. Yeah, this is... I don't think this is something that can be fixed soon, but it still is good progress. I mean, they're following us, even if it isn't the proper path. Maybe I should change some proper... It still looks like it skips... It still looks like it skips the in-between nodes. What do you mean? Like the... Should I add the collision back? Maybe? Wondering, because it's like... With the collision, it was sliding. And it's not even running into anything, technically. Because it should never touch the collision. Those collisions shouldn't matter. Because it never touches anything. Well, it's a question of... Maybe I have to update the path setting? So maybe what I have to do is do timer update. So for example, the wait time should maybe be 0.5. And then if I go back in here, Does that change any much? Nope. Like, if anything, it made it worse. Yeah. Now you can watch you on both Twitch and YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, navigation, not collision. Yeah, because they're not touching the boxes with the tables and the seats. But pick your poison, Arcaro. I do appreciate it, though. Yeah. So in saying it's navigation, it's figuring out why they're breaking out of the navigation. What's the timer for? The timer sends an update to say, hey, look again to see where the person is. So instead of the process, because I think if I don't do navigation, and if we can test. If I do this, and then do this, or, yeah. If I do this, and click play, what happens? We do get a debug. Free Fred because it was made before first map synchronization? Okay, so maybe I can do this instead. Move and slide and then set it. Like this. Okay, now we're not getting any bugs. But let's see if that... Oh. Nope. It just made it smoother. The timer's so it doesn't have to constantly look for a new location. But it definitely made it smoother. But now there's no navigation line. So we can't really tell where it's looking at. But it's still able to step out of bounds, which is interesting. So I do like how it's no longer... Oh no, it's still glitching a little bit. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have to look into how to figure out why the navigation lets the character move outside the navigation lines, as the entire character hops out of the navigation. It'll let me show. This feels like I'm playing a game of musical chairs. Yeah, like it won't go up more, but it cuts corners, where it shouldn't be able to cut corners. So I think it'll be just a matter of looking into things and figuring things out. So in saying that, I think that would be a good time to end the stream. We did make good progress. It was little progress, but it was still very good progress. And I am glad. Let me bring us back to the screen. Well, thank you everyone for joining, and thank you once again, let me make sure I'm saying this right, Scott Hughes music for the raid. It's easier to see when the navigation path is visible, yep. So I'll move the timer back to where it was, as timer was helpful, I think, very handy. And with that said, stream's over, and I'm gonna go figure out what we'll do for 500 on YouTube, and we'll go from there. Next week will be, let's see, for pixel art. Next week we can do just thinking off the top of my mind. Next week I wanted to cover pixel art machines, I'm thinking, and also do either face or hair for pixel art and figuring out how that works. And then we'll see about the programming. I'll see if I can get this working by Tuesday. If we can't, then I'll continue to work on it. Alrighty then. Thank you for coming and thank you for tuning in. See you next week. And make sure I press the right button. I always forget.